死者は誰？
もしもーし。
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Nani? Okay. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Let me do this for Snake real quick. He is now at 8. That hacking dork. Okay. How's the lighting? How's my? Am I centered? Am I properly centered? Gosh darn acne scars all over my face. Let's see. Right. What's the code? Hello?
Hi, Hitsu.
What's the code?
Oh, I put it in no wait.
Oh, you did. I didn't see that.
Of other hunters
Okay.
asking for help.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, this is my push attack. I got it.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Now I need to find my chat. Ah, yes. Right side Hitsu. Right side Hitsu is this side. Hello. How are you, Lulu? You dork. Where's my chat? Like, it's not popped out. There it is. How are you, Lulu? Long time no chat, honestly. Hope you've been well. Hold up.
Just
Is that censored? Go ahead. Lock that bad boy in real quick. The struggles is real. All right, we're playing some Phasma though. Let me game capture this into Phasmo. Hey, ta-da! Perfect. Perfect. All right. I'm ready.
I'm almost ready.
How are you though, Lulu? What's going on? It's been a while, so I hope you've been well. Oh. No! Oh. No! Red bean sack not in.
Oh, you,
One. That's one.
did you do this, Charles?
That's two.
What happened?
And only two.
You've just been playing with it,
Wouldn't you want to play with the blocks?
juggling?
Yeah, just juggle the blocks, silly.
Juggling with it. You could do that? Also, Charles, I can't hear you, bro.
He said hi.
You did?
Yeah, it's on the ground. You don't see it?
Hi, Knots.
Look, it says hi right there on the ground.
Oh.
doing?
Wait, what? Oh, it is
Oh,
says
there we
hi
go.
on the
Hi,
ground.
Knots. How are you doing?
Nothing new,
Oh,
amazing,
Charles,
etc.
I can't hear you.
Well,
Can you
if
make it
nothing
louder?
new, then I hope
No.
hope at least everything has been okay then. There doesn't need to be something new happening constantly. It's just as long as life is okay. I've just been vibing. I want to get back into streaming, but there's like,
Well, how are you?
Moshi
Okay.
oh shit.
Oh, now I
Hi,
can hear you.
Snake. What movie were you watching?
How are you,
Out of
Knots?
curiosity.
Okay.
I'm making myself a jail cell to confine myself.
Who's not readied up? I am not readied up.
I'm also not ready. I'm making a jail cell for myself. Hold up.
I have never been upstairs before. What is upstairs?
Or is it that?
How are you, Snake? How's the volume, by the way? Does everything sound okay? All the shenanigans. Does it sound decent? They've completely overhauled the game. Kind of. Depends on when you last played it. Ghost Rider, which is a political thriller. I feel like I've heard of Ghost Rider.
I hope it gets better.
Sounds good. All right, we're set.
It's just discrimination.
Last time was when prison was new. There is new stuff since then. That is valid.
But yeah, I know you've had like a lot going on. I hope you know.
Do you guys see the thing shaking in the background there? Like if you look closely,
Yeah,
I'm outline it with my cursor. Look at that.
Can you
There's
guys
something shaking there.
by the way?
That's a body. That's new. That's a ghost.
I was supposed to talk and it wasn't working, so I just put it back on normal.
Bet.
Yeah.
Got another hour and 42 minutes left, so I'll get back to it and then sleep. No, please enjoy your movie. You talking about movies, that reminds me that I want to watch the new Black Panther. So I think I'm going to do that this Saturday. Probably watch in the confines of the Discord.
Did Hitsuga pick a map? He did it.
Doesn't
Oh, well, he's
have
ready to go.
to. Yeah.
Hehehe.
Gonna vote.
I'm ready for chaos.
Same.
Whoa.
But yeah, I hope everything has been like largely good. Lulu. Also, what do you think of the new camera angle? Let me know. Also, I'm not sure if you're a TikTok kind of person, but I was like,
Is it
I need
all of us?
to consider
No, it's just you and try art.
I need to consider short form content recently. So I actually made a TikTok video today. And I uploaded it. So I'm hoping it's not ass. But I'll probably share it later. Or I already posted it on the Discord, but honestly, I've been inactive, so I'm not even sure people like really look at my posts anymore, low key. But there's new stuff.
Okay.
Like this is the new equipment, new gear. We're lit.
Yeah, it's usually best to just bring as much as possible.
Hmm.
So it's Patricia Walker and
Patricia
lower.
Walker.
Response to everyone. All right, say less.
Hey,
No.
we can easily get all the objectives as well.
What's up? How you doing, Troa? You're a wizard, aren't you?
Hell yeah, I'm a wizard, Harry.
Hell yeah. Call me Hagrid. Because I'm also Harry. Patricia Walker, are you Harry? Oh, I heard her. Patricia Walker, can you say something?
Did you not say anything, Patricia Walker?
Kitchen gun?
How old are you, dude?
Must be kitchen guns.
Patricia Walker, do you think... I heard her on the spirit box, by the way, just to let you guys know.
Oh, nice. Good to know. We have spirit bomb.
Hey, huh?
I don't know. She said something. That's how I know. Look, guys. It's Kong.
Huh?
Dog.
I said just Kong. What? Is that someone's mic?
Yeah, the audio issues in this game are a bit fucked.
Oh, no. God?
Die.
Die?
I think it's a die. Not very nice, is it?
Patricia Walker, dying is illegal. If you're, you know, gonna cause my life to end suddenly. I guess technically it's legal. There's just...
Going back to the truck. Get something around. We have tarot cards. We have tarot cards, by the way.
Hell yeah.
I want to do tarot cards.
Wait, put them down. Let me get a picture of them first.
How is it?
Make sure that kind of...
We got 10 seconds before the hunting starts hunting. Beep boop beep boop.
Hurt quite a bit.
Hello. Place this down. Like that. They all actually abandoned me. They actually all left.
Just to rule out poltergeist.
What is a poltergeist?
Poltergeist is a ghost. It likes to throw stuff, so you pile stuff in a pile, and it's the only one that can explode the pile.
Spooky indeed.
A camera in there. So
I see.
Well, I'm gonna walk inside with Sunny. Also, hello, Cool Bones. How are you? How you doing?
Oh, we already have a camera in here. You can have a second angle. It's okay.
That's right. You're on my vlog camera at least. How are you?
I'm gonna look for Orbeez.
Wanna give yourself your introduction for our YouTube series? Kinda wanna introduce yourself for the content?
Oh, sure. I'm Sunny. I'm Sunny Vods, professional ghost hunter. Oh, thank you for the sound redeem, Yurichi.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Kame, hi. How are you? Me goodish. How about you? I'm pretty good. I wasn't gonna stream today, even though I said I was going to stream.
Dork, though.
But here I am, actually streaming.
I'm sure you all do.
I heard a door open.
Dork.
What are the odds if we go check it out and die, right? Which door do you think?
All right.
Hold up, let me check something.
saw
So-
dots, and apparently I just saw the ghost walk through. I don't know if that's also dots.
That is what
Oh, that's probably dots. Fuck that.
Oh, which
Hello, dork.
person is-
Oh, I just saw it. I just saw it. That scared the shit out of me. I just saw it. That scared the fuck out of me on my camera.
What the hell happened?
It walked across my screen on dots.
Nice.
I'll put it right here.
Alright, so we got dots. Enjoy your BRB. And how are you, Kame? Are your commissions open yet so I can tell one of my mods?
Oh, I just saw it again.
Yeah, see it. To believe it.
Camera down by this first dots for.
You guys want to introduce yourself real quick? For the vlog?
Wait, where?
Right here, right here. Just look into the camera and introduce yourself.
I meant, where do I put the salt, sir?
Anywhere. Just go crazy.
Yeah, that's it. I'm
Oh, wait. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Yeah, yeah.
Who's ready to die?
Oh, no.
I will sacrifice my life for this.
Oh, no. You'll live. Stop being dramatic. Yeah, I got Sunny's intro earlier. Can we get Choa, can you come back in here? I need you to introduce yourself. I'm good. No, not yet. When Kame? When? I need to shave. I got a little fuzzy.
First vlog and first,
Hello. As you can see, I'm recording right now. I'm vlogging. How are you, bro?
Oh my gosh! Hi. I'm Trevor. I just started ghost hunting about 3 months ago.
Oh, a
That
professional.
actually got destroyed by a wraith, and so I have a vendetta against wraiths
Are you behind
specifically. It's tragic. I don't want to talk about it.
I understand completely. Yeah, don't worry. We're gonna post this on the YouTube, and it's gonna we're gonna prove to everyone that wraiths exist just for you. Oh, look, a cross.
Thank you.
How cute.
Give us a sign. No, that.
Hey, you guys hear that?
That's a sign.
What is that? It's a shower.
Yeah.
I'm getting pissed on by the ghost. Disgusting.
Old. I didn't
Oh,
know
he-
how old you were, Ghost, but okay.
The ghost is old.
Find the bone yet?
I did not. I don't think I saw a bone.
How old are you? How old are you?
Quick glance, I don't see anything on the fingerprints.
Alright, it's not talking to me anymore. It's fine.
Stinky.
looks like our average is 76 right now. And we need to prevent a ghost from hunting with a crucifix. So.
Look at this bunny. How sus is that? Oh. He grabbed a bunny. I mean, it is the year of the rabbit, I suppose.
Is there anything
That's
it
right.
can't be? I don't know if you hunt.
Hmm.
It's not. There's a door slamming.
Intriguing.
Mr. Walker, why did you walk in there?
Oh, it just walked past a.
It's an auto magazine.
And it did not step in the salt. So.
Yeah. A vendetta? What's a vendetta?
V for Vendetta?
So now I'm out to prove to the world that they're real and we can fight back.
Oh, yeah, for sure we can. I have full faith.
Well, it
Where's a
can't
good
be
hiding spot?
That's that technology, everyone. It literally blinds you. It makes you go blind.
Oh,
Doesn't
no,
it know-
for tarot cards, further than that, probably basement again.
Okay.
Or maybe even. Hold on, let me see. Oh,
Oh, is it over here now?
I think it might have moved.
It's a walker.
It might be in the bathroom.
Are you taking a shower, bath?
The
I want my
stinky
sanity
goes.
to be a little bit high.
You're cute. You're cute. How are you?
Stinky boy.
How life be? Oh fuck.
It still hasn't walked through the salt, so I'm thinking Wraith, honestly.
Would you say it's a little not salty?
Highly layered.
I miss you. I miss you too, dude. I miss Dark and Darker. I miss my cleric. You hear that shit? You're an original.
Bathroom water's on.
Yeah. We got the bathroom water up.
I feel like
Where's
it
the
might have
water?
moved.
They should be conservative.
In this economy, holy shit.
It's been hard
Oh.
to spot as well.
Seems I just dropped my thing.
Yes, you did.
Someone just turn off the water.
I did not. I'm in the garage with Sunny.
Wasn't me.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Is someone turning on the lights?
No. There's a bunny on the floor.
Bunnies. Yeah, over here. You're the rabbit.
Oh yeah.
I don't see any bones. Are they? You say they're usually on the ground?
Yeah, they're pretty much.
Okay, good night. Take care, Kyle.
Maybe in the basement?
Thank you for the sub. I miss my cleric. Tell your waifu I said good night to.
They can be really tiny sometimes as well. You alright, Mel?
What's wrong?
Shut the door on me.
Oh, it opened another door on me. Oh, it opened the door behind us. Is it in here now? What is this room? The basement? Wifey says bye. Bet.
Well, if it's in the basement, we don't want to go down there. I feel like it's moving quite a bit.
Open something. Oh, it opened the bathroom door this time. I don't think it's in the basement. I think it's around like here.
I think it must be in here.
I'm scanning the doors. I don't see shit.
I'm going back into my little truck to see our sanity.
I feel quite sane.
Looks like Sunny is 38%.
Oh.
With an average of 55.
Oh, it just walked right by. Oh, this door just closed.
Okay.
It's opening and closing doors quite frequently.
Yeah. We're gonna take sanity pills if we have any.
Or no?
It just shut off power.
Possibly.
Let's go get some pills.
We need crucifix too?
I think there's one in there.
Crucifix are already on the ground.
The moon.
You know. Whoop.
I don't think I need any, right?
Yeah, you're probably fine for now.
Just... Let's go in. Hito! Tarot!
Look, it's the moon.
Ooh.
It's tarot time. Get it? It's terror time. Tarot. Terror.
Where
It's-
do we want to do it, by the way?
It's tarot time again.
I'm not a knower.
Alright, hold on.
I'm a big not knower. I saw it on dots again.
Okay. Well, I think it's in the bathroom, this hallway, kitchen area.
Yeah.
So,
Basement is probably safe.
Oh, never mind. That was
yeah, I
that was
saw it again. No, it was thoughts as well. I want to say maybe garage, but I feel like that might be too close.
Where's your basement then?
Oh well.
Let's go to the basement.
We walk to the basement and close the door.
I was seeing if there were any hiding places in there or not.
Don't worry, guys. When has going in the basement ever been a bad decision?
Oh, never.
Holy shit! That scared the fuck out of me. All these doors are open.
We go out on a date.
Intriguing.
I opened them.
Oh,
my god.
you could.
Freaked
Someone
out.
farted?
Oh, jeez. Thank you so much for the raid, pizza. How are you doing?
I thought that was the bone. It's not the bone.
I'm
I
afraid.
know where we should hide though when we do terror.
Why are you afraid?
Where? Right here? It's not here?
Are you over here? Yeah.
I'm hiding where I belong.
Okay. Next to my trash can.
Alright, are we
How are you doing, pizza? What's going on?
Ah!
Troa? Ready to find out if it's a Wraith?
Oh, that's him. Okay. I was worried for a second.
Alright.
Alright, let's
I'm getting on the vlog camera.
Why are we doing tarot in the hiding spot when some of the cards can cause the ghost to be right here?
flashlight off. Oh. What the hell happened?
What? He just choked and died.
How did he die?
No.
Wait, I had the tarot cards. Where did they go? Did he pick them up and draw the Hanged Man or something?
What just happened?
Wait, did you give it to him first?
No, I had the tarot cards, and they're not in my
They
hand
killed
anymore.
me via cards.
Did he
I
draw the
don't-
Hanged Man?
Did you draw something, Tra? Speak to us, Tra.
Oh my god, he's dead.
I
He said
had them.
he was been in this business for 3 months and he's already gone. I thought he was a pro.
What? He drew them. I don't even touch the damn cards. Oh.
Oh god, I'm scared. I thought this was just a casual thing. I didn't know this was for real. It's over.
Drew. Wait, so what happened?
What?
Wait, did you
actually
drew a card,
happened?
Sonny?
What the fuck? Why me now? Why?
Welcome to the afterlife, where you get fucked.
Holy shit. We're also dead as fuck. So I'm guessing she spawns here?
No, they're drawing cards, and some of them can appear, the ghost appear right where you're at and kill a random person. But
Huh.
it's never a good idea to put tarot cards in the hiding spot because
I see. Well, I mean, I guess I'm dead in the afterlife.
yeah, there's a card that can revive people also, but they're not going to draw them now. That is 100% a wraith, by the way.
It was what?
It's 100% a wraith.
We almost avenged you and your father. A shame.
It's over, Mel.
I'm gonna grab something to throw at her. Throw at them.
The other two have the ghost picks. Because I'm guessing Wraith, just mainly based on the fact that it's one of the 4 that we can choose, and also it never left footprints, so it's probably a Wraith. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck it hunts.
Boo.
What?
Boo. Wait, did they not draw any cards?
Do they have it? Do
Yeah.
Hitsu and
Hitsu! Do you have it? Does. Okay, I see it. Going! Goodbye!
Huh.
That was a fucking weird run. What difficulty are we even on?
It wasn't a.
Well, That's how Hitsuga dies. That's how I fall.
There's some jobs ready for you.
How are you, Pizza? What are you doing today? What are we up to? Were you streaming earlier? How's life treating you? Also, I released something today on the tick of the talks. Well, it looks like I am dead yet again.
That was really strange. I don't know what happened.
Did you draw any cards?
No. I had the tarot cards in my inventory. We all went and walked down there and hid. And we were about to start drawing them, and suddenly they weren't in my inventory anymore.
Whoa.
The gods were drawing
And
them.
you guys just fucking died. Like, that was... I thought maybe one of you drawn, like, had, like, somehow gotten the cards and drawn the Hanged Man.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I really don't know what happened to the actual cards. That was bizarre.
That sounds bizarre.
Yeah, probably a bug, but like...
I was doing good.
yeah.
Play some League of Legends with my best friends. One of them has been my friend. Oh, that's awesome. That sounds like a great time. I hope it went well.
Well, I am readied up.
League is a giga hit or miss for me. I either love League or I hate League.
It's so slow.
Oh yeah, it used to be...
Stamina?
I think what was it? The old... Or the current walking speed was the old sprinting speed. Which was incredibly cursed.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh shit, wait, we have to actually put in the...
If I wanted to get into it and I liked it, my best friend loves it so much that we went... You guys went to Worlds? That sounds dope. How was that? That sounds like an experience I would like to experience one day, but I probably never will. Yeah, that sounds really cool. I hope you had a good time. The energy was crazy. I'm sure it was. That sounds so hype, actually. You want to see something? Want to see what I worked on? I made a video today, and I asked a little bit about it, to see what people thought of it. I haven't really done much to promote it. I'm not sure if you use TikTok or not. Let me find it. I posted it in my Discord.
2.
I don't want to watch it again because listening to my voice is cringe.
Right next to it.
But let me know what you think. That's not even the video. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Let me know what you think, though.
I'm good.
But no, like I said, that sounds like a very genuinely awesome experience. I hope it was phenomenal.
Down there. It's just throwing.
I am not throwing. I am building.
You can hit someone with that. Concussion.
That's why you wear a safety helmet.
You're not wearing one.
I'm a professional.
Why can't I pick this up?
Are you guys ready, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're playing with the blocks, so I don't know if they're ready.
Are they ready?
I'm ready whenever.
Okay.
I think they're ready.
I wanted to go to the gym today, but I did not.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before...
Capture a photo of the ghost, protect hunter and crucifix, get an average of 25%. Lovely.
Leslie.
Your investigation.
Response to everyone for the ghost. Birthday. Oh, mostly easy peasy.
Okay, I'm ready.
It goes to walk through salt. Yeah, we can manage that.
Hey, it's snowing.
Did you say curse item? Voodoo?
It's the music box. Cursed item.
You see it?
Wait, no, is it here? Oh yeah, wait, let me take a picture of it. Oh, there you go.
Oh. Well, if your name is Leslie, Tell me something about yourself while I walk around and try to find you.
Hello, Leslie.
Give me a sign.
Leslie, 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 Leslie. Leslie, Leslie. Nothing.
Can you show me a sign?
Hello? Leslie. Leslie. Leslie.
It's 0.7 down here.
Leslie. I'm trying to fuck. You what? Hello, Ace.
Yeah, it's like
How have you been?
something down here.
Leslie, are you stinky?
Also, the door was open. The one right here was open before I.
Leslie, can you show me a sign?
You okay?
Show us a sign.
It's a, you alright?
It was making an interesting sound. I was enjoying it.
Oh. Door. Oh, the door fucking freaked out then. That's not the boat, is it? No, that is a paintbrush.
Show us a sign.
I was supposed to hey Mew.
Okay, sorry.
That's going good.
Sorry. I'm not sure if you heard the sound or not.
I heard
Did you hear it?
something, like, rambling. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you heard it or not, but I was just jamming out because it made this weird sound.
Yeah.
All right, Leslie.
That was good. Okay, we have
Also, howdy. How are you doing, Ace? How's life been treating you? You doing all right? And then it decided to just, Hope
kill
things are going well for you. I know you're always hanging around with Bidoof and Tally and Sunny and all that. So I'm glad that you're doing well. I always see you around there. Makes me happy that you're doing well. But nonetheless, I'm still curious how life is treating you. Just back from work, so we're vibing. That makes sense. You always get back from work around this time.
Sign.
Oh my god, you were like right in my ear when you said "show me a sign."
Can you show me a sign?
What kind of sign do you want to see? I can make all kinds of signs for you.
Oh, can I get a guild sign?
Oh, I don't have
Yeah, let me go find one.
And then most people know
Stop, please. You're gonna get the boy emotional.
you're right
Cry.
in bed, and I was like,
Cry, you bitch.
I don't even know what
Cry, baby.
happened, but I don't know. I think it was just bugged out.
Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. Da 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 da. Laughing all the way.
Where is the bone?
Ah, yes. Nothing like a can of gas, so line.
I know, right? Thinking it, but
Never,
Sitting like a goblin.
never. Sure. Look, there's cat food.
Who has the parabolic mic?
They're probably still in the truck.
I don't think anyone has one.
I've got one.
Oh, he has one. I lied.
We've had a bone like right here before, like stuck in this tower.
Random dots on the ground.
Random dots.
Random dots.
There is now.
I haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab more equipment. But hope you're doing well though, Ace. Also, Ace, I posted a TikTok today.
It's not cold down here anymore. Oh,
So
10.6 right here. What the heck? Oh, 10.5. Never mind.
so if you wanna give it a look-see, I'd be totally happy to know your thoughts and opinions on it. Yeah, I'm not sure if you see it in chat. I'll just retype it.
Music box. Did someone find the bone?
I'm really bad at this shit. So give me a couple of whoopsie daisies. Really bad at this shit. I'm gonna copy a link. Don't want to hear my voice. Thank you very much. There we go. No? JKJ. Okay. Okay, Ace. You want to be a bully. I get it. It's 10:30 p.m. for me. Like, it's bullying hours. Oh my god. Did I just hear someone scream?
Yeah, someone's mic clipping out.
But Mel, if you look outside, you'll see that it is actually snowing right now. So.
Okay, so I'm gonna take out freezing temperatures. Like, just, I'm not happy.
Where's your jacket? Aren't you cold, bro?
EMF as well.
No,
Not
dude. I
EMF.
live in a climate where like -10 is normal.
Oh damn.
Really bad for the backwards talk.
No,
Really
that's
bad.
that's it, folks.
It's been really
If you want to make it in the harsh cold winter, just live in a place where it's -10 normally.
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? You playing Valheim? I think I saw. Oh no, you're playing.
This is our best friend Sunny. As you can see, she likes to imagine that she's streaming to a bunch of people.
What do you mean?
While we're on a paranormal hunt.
This is Hitsu. He's a big dork, and sometimes a bully.
I am never a bully, nor a big dork. I'm just vlogging this interaction for our YouTube channel to document everything that happened.
Longer.
Yeah. This is 2008. YouTube vlogging is hot right now.
My favorite year.
Yeah, Sunny's cool. Sunny's smart.
I'm doing good, Colt. How are you doing? It's always good to see you. How was stream?
Alright, well, I'm gonna walk inside and hang out with my boy Troa. I won't leave him alone. I'm coming, Troa. I'm coming for you, Troa. You're not gonna be alone anymore. What a shitty looking house, huh?
Are any of these sound sensors lighting up at all?
Look at this TV. It's pretty big, actually. Hey, what's up?
Mel's AFK, but I don't think the sound sensors are doing much. Just a tiny bit.
This ghost must have been dirty. Wait, where'd you go, Troa? In the garage?
I'm in the garage now.
Alright. I'm just trying to vlog the experience together. What does the music box do? Look at this dork. What dork? I see no such thing. I am no such thing. And if I could say anything, I would say that you are, in fact, the biggest of dorks. Yeah, Riz Master you. Plays music, obvio.
I'm doing good, Ginger. How are you? Where's...
You cannot just call him a ginger just because his hair is red.
Oh my god, Hitsu!
Hello.
Bully.
I'm not a bully.
Yeah, bully. But you're doing good. Oh, you said Dead Space.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I saw a little bit of you streaming it the other day. It looks interesting for sure.
I am no such dork. I am the farthest thing from a dork. Alright, I'm walking in. You know what the music box does? Besides play music.
Bad things don't use it.
Bad things. Oh. We don't like music boxes. Yeah, that's right. I'm anti-music, actually.
In one of these rooms.
Mannequin boobies. Which room?
One of these. This is the only sound sensor that's pinging right now for stuff, and the power's still on. So the ghost is active in
Intriguing.
here.
I see. Is that a bone on the ground? Oh, that's a wrench. I'm stupid.
Close.
but I'll show you my bones. We have an inkling suspicion that the ghost is down here.
I think so too, because it's really low. It's kind of low down there, but there's no freezing temperatures.
In the basement?
I really think it's in the basement too.
You're in the basement.
Rubber ducky, you're so fine.
Anyway, I'm putting this book in the hallway.
Leslie, show me a sign. Are you here? Can you show me a sign? Hello, EMF
Oh,
5.
yeah, here you
Yeah. Don't worry, I am amazing with crucifixes.
But yeah, so far we're not really
there
sure where the
fingerprints?
ghost is. Probably basement.
Oh, did I just see dots or am I hallucinating?
Is there fingerprints? Because I usually see this door open. Oh,
I left the UV thing on the counter upstairs if you guys want to try.
I might have seen dots,
Okay.
or I might be going crazy.
What?
Or maybe both.
oh, what are you getting?
Equipment.
EMF 2.
We hit EMF 5 earlier.
Oh,
Oh look, it just attacked.
Oh. Oh shit.
We're in fucking danger.
I'm in danger. Rough.
So, is there any
Ooh.
fingerprints?
It is throwing shit around.
Oh, it's cold.
That was definitely dots. We have dots.
Alright.
Alright.
Oh,
It's a Wraith. Let's go.
I heard Mel hiccup and I was like, oh my god, who's dying now?
Also costs 15 sanity from the people around when the music is played. Music box is a cursed item and plays some eerie music for a few seconds and the ghost spawns in the location the music box was played. Nice. It's a fucking Wraith.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
Well, I don't want to ruin my.
Damn it, I don't know why my brain. Yeah, we had a fucking race last time and it was a bitch. Wait, it did end up being a race last time, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, because I was pretty sure. But like, you and Troya died, so I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, we got murked.
Yeah, it wasn't very nice, was it?
No.
Yeah, that was all through.
Don't try this at home. Oh. Guys, I did it for YouTube. If I fucking die, it was worth it. I did it for YouTube. 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 Punching air right now. God damn it. And I'm dead. Well. Those are your last words? Can I post 2 clips real quick? One of those right after the music box was played? Sure. Yeah.
Dead. We could get a picture of it, maybe, or we could go for the low sanity. Or both.
So, how are you feeling about money? You want 25%?
Oh.
I love money. All I need is some flashlight.
You can have mine.
Yes, but you can post clips. I don't have
No,
like
no, no,
bans
I
on
need a
links or
person with
anything.
a flashlight, because I got a camera and a stick. Let's go.
Okay. I'll got that.
All right, I'm following my ghostly friends.
I'll go with you guys, actually.
Okay, you guys got that. Bye.
Because we
There's
have
a
to get...
crucifix down here too in
No.
this living room.
You want me to go?
Yeah, let's all go. Let's see if we can get our sanity down to...
Okay.
Ghost be hacking?
Or if we can get
Oh my god.
Or both.
Nicely done.
ghost room. Take a photo of it
Oh,
when it
nice.
gets burnt.
Good idea.
All right, let's see. Do they know where I died?
Someone wanna pick that up?
Do you have
I'll
an
pick it
extra inventory slot?
They probably don't know where I died, do they?
Got it. Let's get our Santa down. Heck yeah, cool. Exactly.
It's just not letting me pick it up. never mind.
Do you already? You
I have
got
it. I have it.
Tapped out.
They're just walking around, walking by my body.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have my camera at the ready.
Oh my god. Mel's hiccups are fucking scary. Actually scary. Alright, I want the bunny. You're the rabbit anyways. Let me walk down here and throw the shit at them.
Hitsu, where did you die?
Let's see, where'd you die? Where'd you die, buddy? Did you get him?
Hitsu, where did you die? Hitsu, where did you die? Downstream.
I'm gonna move the crucifix in just a little bit, because...
Alright, you guys are not gonna be safe for a minute.
Oh shit. Hold on.
Okay, he's following. He's following. He's following my trail. I'm paranormal, baby. I'm paranormal, baby. Wait, he missed my body. All right, there we go. He's teabagging me.
He was in the garage. A spirit led me to him.
The spirit led me to him.
Alright, so let's not do the whole get a picture of the ghost while being in the basement, since that's where it's coming from.
That's true.
I'm gonna scare someone. My job now is to scare someone. Not Sunny.
Or something.
Hitsu, can you not? I'm gonna kill you.
Is he throwing stuff at you?
Yeah, he just threw it on me.
Yeah, what's coming here then?
He threw it to me again! What a bastard.
You call him a little
Mel,
bastard.
can you drop the flashlight in here?
Yeah. I'm a shithead.
Oh, yeah,
I'm doing my job as a ghost. I'm chaos. Chaos incarnate.
Thanks.
F3.
Holy shit, that just happened. Oh my god, she's ugly. Unlike me, I'm very hot and attractive even as a ghost. I'll have you say. I'll tell you what.
Con's over.
How am I the jerk?
We got all the objectives.
Smudge sticks. Smudge sticks.
Come on, stop.
I'm looking through Hitsu's stream because apparently he was the one who was watching the ghost.
Oh. Oh. I could see.
What can I say? I got a talent.
It's right, right? Okay, get out of here.
Yeah.
Hitsu, you got it, right?
Let's see, throw something if you got it.
How do I throw anything? Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding! Thank you so much for the raid there, you dork. Alright, I got something to throw. Oi! 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 Don't leave me here, you dickheads! Don't leave me here! The Hawkeyes. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What are we up to? D-Mel, hello. Also Mel. I got your ass. I got it. I got it. I got mail so good. GG, easy peasy. What's up, Demo? And hello, Hawkeyes. What are you up to? Let me shout you out real quick. Thank you for the raid. Oh, Labyrinth.
No.
I still want to continue Labyrinth. I haven't finished that yet. I think we were in the underground section where me and my homies died. So they actually finished it. The little catacombs spot or whatever. So that's on the agenda at some point. But did it go well? Did you have fun? I was just being chaotic. I'm sorry. I was being chaos incarnate.
You're fine, Hitsu.
Chapter 6 is on the test server, so hopefully chapter 6. So where's the catacombs chapter specifically?
There we go. Read more lighters. Motion sensor.
Where are the catacombs in terms of chapters? Chapter 4 is catacombs. There's one after that.
Two extra ones.
Holy shit. Holy shit. You're kidding me. So there's gonna be a 4 and a 5 and a 6.
We're fine with 5 out of 6.
Don't try this at home. Oh, you remind me. I want to look at the clip you sent. Ace. Let's look at the clip.
Everything.
Let me ready up. I'm going to switch to desktop to see the clip you had of your stream, I think, right?
Where's the that one?
Let's see. Oh, I don't need to have my stream open anymore.
I think we're waiting for you, Sunny. Are you going to do?
Oh, you as well.
Hey, got your ass through the thing?
Because we were
Again?
still.
Oh my god. It found you.
Equipment lists.
It's because you didn't take a shower.
Pretty sure
Hitsu, ready up.
unreadies you
Hitsu, ready up.
once you put stuff in.
Hitsu, ready up.
He's ready.
Alright. Let's see this. What is this one? Don't try this at home. Oh.
Loading quickly again.
What the fuck? I actually said don't try this at home.
Response to everyone. I think we might still be on amateur, which is fine, but yeah.
Lucy Brooks.
It was worth it.
That third objective is
Oh no,
gonna
it's on
be...
intermediate.
Huh?
It's on intermediate.
What happens next?
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. Interesting. I wasn't sure.
Hitsu, get ready. Hitsu, get ready.
Punching air right now. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. I like that. I like that. That was good. Oh. All my homies have abandoned me. I'm so stupid. Hello.
Hello.
Lucy,
Give
show
us
me a sign. Can you show me a sign?
Oh, look, a mirror's on the wall. You see that?
Show me a sign.
Oh, that's a cursed object.
How cursed is it?
If you look in it, it'll tell you where the ghost is. But if you look in it too long, it'll kill you. So be careful. It's best to just like.
Is he looking into it right now?
It's a
Did you just heard a
bathroom.
whisper? I think I just heard
Oh,
a
you should
whisper.
probably throw it outside before it kills you.
It's the goalie.
It's a larger bathroom, so I think the
Upstairs? Alright. We're heading upstairs with the homies. Let's go.
Okay. I'm gonna bring this in the car as well, so it counts.
If I was a large bathroom. Oh, I think I found it. I think I found it. It also seems like it's a bit cold up here. Wait, did you guys abandon me? I think it's upstairs. Yeah, I think we found it. Alright. It's a little bit cold up here. Yeah, it's a little bit cold up here. And I think it's that restroom over there.
The one at the end of the hallway?
Yeah. Oh.
Let's go have a look.
Oh, it dropped the thing. It dropped the little thing here.
I
EMF
dropped
level?
a photo off the wall. This is EMF 2. Can you give us a sign?
Power's on.
Nice. I love it when we have power.
I know, right? Can you turn on the shower?
Freezing temps. Did my Discord just go
Or
off?
the little
Am I not on
big
streamer
orb
mode? I
thing.
thought I was on streamer mode.
Not ghost orbs, but the big orb. Can you turn on the sink?
Troy, you are 14%.
Who is?
Troy.
My fiance.
Oh, it's probably from looking in the mirror.
Wait, did I just see something?
Maybe?
I was alt tab and I thought I saw something move across my screen and I thought it was you for a second.
Oh?
Was it dots?
Pretty much just been standing. It could have been. Oh. Do you have UV to check for fingies?
No, I brought the dots in the video camera.
Okay. I'm gonna throw EMF down. Gonna go get a video camera and
I have one right here, silly.
uh
I got one video camera right here.
no, I want a tripod so we can set up.
Oh,
the...
valid. I'll just die.
Don't die. No dying.
It's okay.
Oh.
Looking a little jank. This dots.
My flashlight's not working. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Wait, why is it not working in this room?
Lucy, can you show me a sign? Lucy, open this door.
Wow. My thing is jank. It's acting up like crazy. But I can't have my flashlight on, unless my video camera won't work.
Can you show me a sign? Lucy, can you show me a sign other than freezing temperatures? Thank you, Lucy.
Ooh.
Not fingerprints.
Good. It's midnight. Oh. That was on me. That was my bad. Turn that on myself. Oh, look. It's a dirty sink. Look at how dirty.
Is it those ready? Fingerprints?
Ooh, so stinky looking. Looks like diarrhea.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just
No,
saying how it
you're
looked like
good.
diarrhea.
Yeah, it does. We call it poo water sometimes.
It's fantastic.
Huh?
A door opened.
I'm gonna go get a UV as well to check for fingies. This touching doors quite a bit.
Whee!
Wee. I'm always afraid it's
Another
start
clip?
hunting right
Don't try to
before
hit up the
I door,
ghost?
and I'm like,
That's a fucking title. That's a fucking title. I'll take a look at that later. Sophia says
UV. Let's go. We have most of the equipment already in there.
boop boop boop. Mel. How are you, Mel?
Enjoying my dinner.
Yes.
I don't see any orbs.
That's because there are no. There's plenty of dots. What are you talking about? Let's
I'm
see.
hungry. Go get me some food. Wait, the ghost. You saw it?
No.
Like I didn't see it, but I saw like motion sensor go up.
No fingies that I can see.
The ghost was right there, by the way, Sunny, where you were, because before you walked back into the room, the motion sensor went off.
No, that was me, I
No,
think.
no, 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 it was before you walked in.
Oh, okay. Oof.
There's no orb, bro.
I'm gonna check for EMF. We got any EMFers? We got any EMFers in there?
I started making scary noises right before I walked out, and then it started hunting.
Oh, it's hunting?
I don't think I see any
Oh.
orbs, Troa.
Oh, it was for a sec.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
hard
see
to see
orbs.
orbs. It's hard to see orbs with the light on in there.
Also, sometimes it's angle.
I don't think it's
But when I was in there with my video camera myself, I didn't see anything. But I think I might have seen dots at a point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're looking for dots.
Unless there was the motion
How do
sensor
I-
going
wait,
off.
wait,
How
do
long
I
was
use
that
my
there?
Wait, how do I use my video camera on my head? To like,
Oh, it's-
see
You-
stuff.
It's already here.
No, you also don't have it on your head.
Yeah, I know, but like.
But you can only see it from here. So if you have it
Oh.
on your head, like it's just another point of view. So it's
Yeah. Hi.
hi.
You moved.
Oh, the ball moved on its own. I think it might possibly also be in that room, because it kept touching that door, but there were no fingies.
Hmm.
Is there ghost writing? I don't think there's ghost writing yet. Is there ghost
Is
writing?
that
Troa?
like-
No, EMF 5, it's twins.
EMF 5. EMF 5.
EMF 5 on a ball and spirit box. That with the freezing temperatures.
Oh, you got spirit box? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear whispers earlier.
Okay. Bet. Oh, that was me whispering, by the way.
I'm pretty sure it was the ghost. Cause I had
Hold.
Do you want to do the smudgy? And
No, that one is really, really difficult. The last one. We always
do you
skip
want to
that.
Come on,
capture
Mel.
the
Let's
ghost?
go smudge the ghost.
We
Okay.
could. I'm gonna stay over
Wait.
here for now.
I'm here to vlog the details. Let's go.
You do it. Are you taking a camera? You have a camera?
No, I'm just vlogging.
Don't get the camera then. We need to take a picture of the ghost.
You get the camera.
You get the camera. I'm gonna die.
Oh my god. Sunny,
Yeah.
we need someone to take a camera and witness all of it. My vlogging won't work.
What do you mean?
Well, pretty much, I need you to just make sure I can get into this closet safely.
I was gonna keep an eye on stuff from the truck.
No.
I don't have enough room for a camera.
Oh.
Yeah, you see that closet right there?
It's alright. Like a photo camera.
Oh, a photo camera. Okay. Hold
Yeah.
On.
I'm coming in. Where are you guys? Saw, dude.
Hey, sexy boy, can you bring a couple more motion sensors?
Yes.
Thank you.
Am I gonna hide in the closet or am I gonna?
Yes.
I'm gonna go grab more motion sensors. He called me sexy boy.
Eddie.
Guess I don't need the lights, right? How's it going up there? You guys doing all right?
The ghost is touching me, and I don't like it.
Well then. Where do you want the motion
Yeah, that's
sensors?
fine.
Can you put it somewhere like over here by adjacent from this closet?
Has it walked through the salt? yet?
Like that?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. That way, as it's coming at me and I'm for my life, when it passes them, I can see it a little better.
It's on camera. I'm recording.
I didn't actually see it.
Where did Mel go?
I'm the clock.
Yeah, Mel needs to be in the closet right now with her flashlight on, and then when the ghost event happens, as soon as I run in there, she needs to turn her flashlight off. It's just so I can see where I'm going.
Wait, what? Am I gonna wait? What?
Keep it open so we can go in there as well.
I need to close that. There you go. I'm spooked. So we're all going to the closet together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
You can go elsewhere. I'm planning on possibly just running away while you guys sit in the closet.
Give us a sign.
Please don't.
You're
Closet's
stinky!
the safest place. As long as you keep the doors closed, like press and hold the mouse button and hold it shut, you should be fine. And your
Okay.
equipment's off. Don't have any cameras or video cameras in your hand.
Oh. But I have to vlog the experience.
Show yourself. Just for a second, just show yourself.
Hunt us, you fool!
I swear, if it started hunting.
Only real ghosts hunt.
Don't think it's hunting.
That scared the shit out of me, though.
Me too.
Sarah!
Show yourself.
You saw it, Mel?
I saw it. I can't hear her. It's
Yeah, I
just
saw it. It was
I
crawling
can hear
behind
it.
Troa. It was
Yeah.
crawling between. Yeah, it was crawling behind you guys.
I was behind Troa earlier.
Wait, who has the camera?
I have one of the photo cameras.
Okay, yeah, like, you can take the picture because it was right here.
I mean, it depends on who sees it.
Well, I saw it. I don't want to see it no more.
The way Troa just stood still, I thought he was dying earlier. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
No, ghost event.
Yeah, I know. But I didn't think it was a ghost event at first. I pissed myself is what I did.
Maybe.
Damn. You call me sexy boy, but you're the sexy boy.
Oh, jeez.
Give us a sign.
How are
Show
you doing,
yourself.
Sierra?
Alright,
You can-
well, your services are no longer required. I need you to go to the van.
Oi, Mel. I'm staying here. Do or die.
Frozen in the closet. She was dead. Frozen in the closet.
Oh,
Her-
you know what you
yeah.
have for?
Same.
Oh, well, that was a ghost event and I captured a photo of the ghost, so now I don't need the photo camera, so I got a light now, so I can see everything. I don't need
Okay.
it anymore.
You're 18%, bro.
I'm
Yeah, I know, I'm legal.
I'm legal, he says. Is it being silly?
Sun hunting.
No, the hunt's over.
You guys need to not use your radios when it's hunting, because it'll find you if you do that.
Quickly click on or off, and if they're static, then you know it's hunting.
Well, shit. I got a glimpse of her. Ooh, this is gonna be viral. It's over.
I don't know.
How was your session with the coworker, the homie?
That was nerve-wracking as hell.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I got a good clip. It was only for a split second, but I saw her clearly for just a wee bit. We're going viral.
I'm gonna
Wait,
go
you guys
back
got-
in. I want one more photo, 3-star photo.
He
you
wants
guys got
3-star
flash
photo.
connected. He's gonna die.
I'll be fine.
I won't let him. I won't let him be go alone.
I'm staying in here.
I guess I'll watch.
Are you watching my perspective, Sonny?
I see.
Okay. That scared the shit out of me. Cool.
You should look down a little bit more.
Watching his perspective on the thingy.
All right, all done. Easy peasy.
Nice.
How did you get a 3-star camera? What the? That's crazy.
Well, I tried to get a 3-star of the crucifix, but it got a footprint instead.
Oh.
But still, the more we fill out the photo book, the more.
I'm good though. To answer your question, I'm playing some Phasmo and scaring myself. So
You guys are all ready.
the twins, all right?
I know, right?
Sillies.
The worst.
This is why you're not supposed to jump on the bed. Pop. Yeah, I'm doing good though. I am doing good. I technically released TikTok today. Technically.
Smudge stick. I can't believe that objective is worth $5.
I know.
Yeah, like we usually don't even the smudge stick repel that was chasing someone. We usually don't even get that because it's a little bit tricky. Where's the bone? Oh, the bone was in the garage.
Stanley
Damn it.
pushed the follow
Oh,
button.
jeez, that
No
scared
one's
the
quite sure
fuck
why,
out of
or
me.
perhaps he thought something
Ah,
peculiar would
sure.
happen. How strange.
How strange.
Anyways, welcome, stranger.
True.
TY, TY, TY. TY dork.
Yeah.
TY, TY, TY. Ready when you guys are. Oh, it unreadied us for some reason. Oh, because someone added another map. Now you've got to ready up again. Yeah, we all had to, because we added another map. There we go. Alright, let's go.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the
You know what?
and prepare
I'm craving for a popsicle. I want to go grab a popsicle.
Ooh, what kind of...
I'm craving for ice cream.
That's a
I
constant
can't wait
food.
to scream for ice cream.
Level 133 intern. What do you mean, Cole? Is that what level I am? Or... Don't actually know.
What do we got? We got the EMFers. I got my head mount. And I got a spirit box. Oh god. Trisha Rook, of course.
Yeah. You just do that, huh?
Did Mel leave to get a popsicle, like straight up? Right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Damn, I wish I had access to ice cream like that. Saw dude. Saw dude. How you doing?
I'm doing.
I felt that. I felt that you were very brave last spot, and you know what? That was impressive because I'm not that brave. I'm not that brave.
I often tell myself, boy.
Yeah. Big band-aids? I haven't caught a stream in ever. Hi. I forgot to ping. Hello. What was that? Oh, looks like they went through. They opened it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna turn the power on.
Here we go. I'm gonna explore. How old are you? How are you, big band-aids? What's going on? Although, is the return of the band-aid. How life be treating you?
Can you show me a sign?
If you hypothetically were traveling at the speed of 20 miles per hour and you had to arrive at a train station in Albuquerque in about 30 hours, how many miles did you traverse, fellow ghost?
That's a good point, Colt.
Ghost? Do you not like math? Huh?
It only responds to people who are alone, so...
Oh yeah, I'm just walking around.
No, I get you.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, since you don't like math, ghost, maybe... Oh wait, are you in here? I think I found it. I'm upstairs. I'm right here. Like second floor. I think it's here in the restroom. If you're not a fan of math questions per se, Ghost, if you're not a fan of math questions, then maybe perhaps I will ask you a science question. What is the chemical compound for H2O called? It's very simple. I think it's good I had someone leave me last month, but I realized there were huge red flags. Honestly, sometimes you need folks to leave for you to like realize when you're stuck in the relationship. People like not in my case. Obviously, I love my boo. My fiance is amazing, phenomenal, gorgeous, fantastic. I love the shit out of her. But I know some people need that like break for them to be like, oh yeah,
4.
that was a red flag the whole time.
Hello.
Oh hello.
Alright. I think we should leave you alone in here with the spirit box that's here.
I was already. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, but you have to do it when there's no one else around.
Oh no, like I did it earlier when there's no one here. That's why I said it. I didn't hear anything though.
I get you.
Are you here? Are you near? Are you far? Are you friendly? Are you friend?
I was asking it science and math questions. For example, I asked it if we were hypothetically traveling at a speed of 20 miles per hour and we need to arrive in Albuquerque, which was about 30 miles away, how long would it take for us to get there?
My pizza? What do you mean, Colt? My pizza? It's there. It's there.
Hmm?
Are you pizza?
I am indeed.
Good.
Okay.
There's your answer, Colt. Colt.
I never realized because I love them and my BPD refused to let me see it, but now I'm living my best life. That's good. That makes me happy to hear, Band-Aids. I'm glad you were able to figure that out for yourself. So good job on that. And honestly, welcome back. I'm trying to get back into streaming. I'm honestly constantly anxious and nervous about it. But seeing old faces like you actually do make me feel a lot better about streaming, funnily enough. I do want to go back to Danganronpa eventually, but I haven't yet. Soon though, I think. What up, Zen? Hello, Kylie. How are you? I'm trying my best to hop in whenever I'm free. Oh no, for sure. Just hop in whenever. Have you finished SDR2? Is that the Pew Pew game? Question mark? Alright. It's vlogging hours. The second Rumpug game? I have played the second one. No?
We don't really need it quite yet now. We should set up cameras and stuff first.
Okay, I'm getting at this. Oh, we're back.
I'm gonna burn toilet paper.
Oh no.
It didn't work.
So we have Spirit Box.
Oh, it worked?
For sure.
Who did it work for?
Yeah. Oh, we got dots as well.
I didn't see it.
I saw.
Okay, so we got dots and... Sorry.
Last
And something else. Thank you.
Spirit Box.
The second Rumpug game. I want to play the third one, but I heard you're supposed to watch the anime before you play the third one? Is that a thing? Do you know, Band-Aids? Oh, God. I just heard her walk through the walls. Oh, it's making footprints. That's why.
See him.
Someone who used to own all 4 games, anime is not needed. It does like enhance anything? Like I want to kind of watch it, but I haven't yet. Also, Kylie, what have you been up to? What are you doing for the weekend? We gaming? The homies chilling?
By the way, if I let go of the parabolic mic, does it still make noises?
Stinky poo water.
As long as it's on. You might want to go.
I've been hanging out with Lex because he's visiting. That makes sense. Oh shit! It just kicked this shampoo bottle, lotion bottle.
Oh, we already got the parabolic objective. No, so bad.
So what? It helps if you like the characters and lore, but it isn't needed for V3 or another episode. Basically 2.5. I'll DM me and hit me up about the info and whatnot about how to continue, because I'm in the middle of the pew pew game in between, but I haven't.
It's a Diogen.
Nice.
It's a degen.
It's a degen.
It hurts so much. Help me, please. I need. I wonder what it needs.
Huh?
I'm just reading what it says in the book.
No. Alright, well,
I've been here for so long now it hurts, so please help me. I need to get the fuck out is what I need.
Tarot, if you guys want.
Sure. Let's do some tarots. Movie theaters are such a scam. How so? We saw the new Ant-Man today. How was that? I want to watch it. I need to watch the old Black Panther, which I think I'm doing tomorrow, maybe? Maybe. I was going to do a Valentine's Day thing with Sophia, but I might not be able to because she's doing something with her mom. But, and DM me whenever, now or after stream. Also, since you guys are here, I posted something on TikTok.
I think it's pretty fun, but that's okay. You can.
If you guys are trying to take a look, I posted it earlier today, like before I went live. But some of it's kind of troll. How so? TikToker? Yeah, I know. I just gotta be a meta slave for a bit until I understand how to do it.
Good night, Cole.
What was that?
Thank you guys for the raid. I'm gonna give you another shout out.
But it's a Diogen.
Thank you, Cole. Appreciate you.
Good night, whoever said good night. I'm not sure if they can hear me. Cole?
Colts with a T.
Colt.
Seal.
Oh, Colt Steel. I know them.
Yeah.
They're a dork.
Yeah,
Have a fantastic night.
I agree.
Oh, right. I need to be on streamer mode.
Smudgies when we do tarot.
No worries. Do what you gotta. Do what you gotta. Band-Aid, thank you for messaging me though. I appreciate you. You know that. You know that. Yeah, I know that.
What's the whole team at though?
1 second. I'm replying to someone.
That's it.
Can you take sanity pills so we can be up for tarot card reading?
It's a Deogen. It doesn't hunt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a degen, silly.
Take your
Uh,
sanity pills anyway.
Just some of the comedic relief parts of
Months,
Troll. I mean, it's
right?
MCU, so I'm not surprised they have comedic relief.
40.
Oh.
I want to watch it nonetheless, though, because I think it's gonna set up. I think the whole entire like arc. I think more or less. Have I seen Loki, the show? I have. The first season, loved it. I think Loki was phenomenal. But I haven't done much more beyond that. Wait, I'm gonna grab the disco lights. I'm grabbing disco lights real quick. Hold up.
Need the sex part?
I can't carry smudgies because I have to carry.
Okay, there we go. Who are all you playing with? I'm playing with Sunny, Vods, Cyber, Idol, Melanie, and Troa.
I was putting stuff back in the truck.
They're just friends. I'm vibing. Wait, of all of us, who's streaming right now?
Me.
So you guys are both streaming?
No, just you, Sunny. I'm not streaming. I can collect it.
Okay. Could you shout out Sunny Bots then, at least, Kylie? Oh, my phone is dying again.
Alright, so the ghost.
Yeah, I want to watch. It's opening up the new shit. Yeah, I figured it's opening the new shit. I'm not sure if it's good or not, but it's opening the new shit.
Corner of the house.
TY, TY, TY. Hehe. But I want to watch Black Panther. I haven't seen that yet, and I know it's on Disney Plus now. So I think I'm gonna watch that tomorrow or something. Where we hiding? Where we doing this?
I'm trying to find a good hiding spot.
Bro, do you know? Who plays the game?
Yeah, the main entrance. Yeah, you got a couple options. You can try to loop around the island here. You've got right under the stairs. You got this chair right over here. You got in the study behind some boxes.
Ooh.
We could do under the stairs actually. Let's do that.
Damn. This family? All daughters, huh? Oh, they got brothers too? Oh, they went to war at the age of 6. Understandable. Pretty valid. All probably died in the trenches. Unfortunate, honestly. Hey, look at their family history. You see this on the wall?
Oh wow.
Yeah, look at
I
them.
bet
They-
they died in the trenches.
yeah, they look like it. Such a shame.
This kid, he has polio.
Oh no, he does have polio. So sad.
All right, they're gonna hide and pull tarot cards, so they're probably gonna die. Just FYI.
Alright, bet. I'm gonna die with them.
We're gonna do tarot, yeah.
I need to do it for the vlog. Is there any new, like, MCU stuff? I haven't really watched in a while. Exclamation collab. Oh, that's still old. Hi, Moist. How are you? Wait, did you guys go up or down? Where'd you guys go?
Down under the stairs. They're hiding right there.
Oh. I walked towards the ghost. Huh? Hi, Hitsu. Hello, Moist friend.
Join us, or so you can go back in the truck.
I
I-
am hiding near you.
Okay, so I guess we're doing it.
Sounds good. Alright.
Alright.
Alright, so you guys know the drill.
Yep.
Oh, no. Are they seriously not in my inventory again?
Disco lights! Disco lights!
Let's give it a shot.
I'm not doing it first.
I do not have a TikTok
Disappeared
command.
again. Hold on.
I didn't think about TikTok yet.
Fucking hell.
But how are you, Moist? What's going on? And yeah, I'm not doing like a collab. This is just impromptu stream with some homies. Sunny Bots. We just shout out Sunny, but I'm also playing with Cyber Idol Melanie. Oh my god, your neck looks like it just elongated by 30 feet.
That's terrifying. Alright, I somehow dropped them. But, alright. So if we get death or devil, or I
Can
guess
you
even
make a
man as well, everyone
command,
turn your
Kylie,
flashlights off.
for me?
and be
Since
quiet.
I'm dog shit at it?
Let everyone know what you've picked, and then pass it to the next person.
Bet.
And I'll start. Tower, which is just an event.
I'm drawing it. What? It wasn't fucking me. I didn't draw the cards. Well, in any
FYI,
case,
it's a Diosian, so it knows where you're hiding.
Oh.
my turn. Wheel of Fortune.
Did it burn green or red?
Red.
Oh, it means you lost 25 sanity.
Oh fuck. What if I do it again?
Uh,
I'm gonna do it again.
it smells.
The
but-
tower. Oh, sorry. We're right.
No, you're fine.
I got the tower. I dropped on the ground.
Your turn now.
TY.
What'd you get?
Sun.
Oh, so you have 100% sanity now.
Oh, must be nice. You're sane and I'm insane. Oh. Oh. No. I didn't say anything that time.
We want to call it there because I kind of want to bring the object back to the truck, so I have it. I
wanna go.
Like,
Bye.
let's go.
My body. Fuck, dude.
Sorry, Hitsu.
Troy, you're at 0%.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Did you see it? I got. I got.
I should thank you for buying this game for me because I've been having so much fun with it.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's good. Awesome.
I just not gonna like this game at all.
Hitsu, if you have it in or the toilet paper.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
I didn't throw it. I didn't throw the toilet paper. Troa did.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Well. Another day in the life of death.
Well. Sorry, Hatsu.
GG easy next. A degen. Yeah, it's a degen. I knew it was a degen.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, guys. At least we saw it on camera.
True.
I like the moon. Looks nice.
True. Should be. Oh my god. Your mic freaked out.
See that? This right here?
Yeah, I think
That's a number I'm proud of. I like that number. That's a good number. I stopped scoring after I hit 69 because I knew what matters. I'm so fast.
Everything we need.
Speed run. Oh, where's the last one? There it is.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Soon done.
Uh-huh.
I'm throwing the blocks, Hitsu!
Oh my god.
I will do what I want.
What are you dorks doing?
Throwing the blocks!
Oh, I love throwing the Jenga blocks off the edge. It's fun.
It's important for my sanity.
Me too. Whee.
Ha, 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 ha.
Oh.
I need to buy plane tickets to fucking
That's my
Norway.
favorite number.
What is it? I can't see it.
69.
Hell yeah. I also have 69.
I think I missed 69, so I just had to go all the way to 420.
You probably went one over.
Yeah, must have.
I'm ready now. Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god.
Ah. Look at this pile of shit we made.
Hey, you hear that sound? You're an original, aren't you? Ooh, you hear that? Mm. That's a good sound. I love that sound so much. It, like, I know I always feel bad when people sub or donate or anything like that because I'm like, it's your hard-earned money. I feel bad for you guys. And I'm always greatly appreciative, obviously, but it's just like I feel bad. But that being said, when I hear that specific notification, I'm always like, ooh, ooh, you know,
You guys ready?
sounds good. That notification sounds good to me. This is because you make me hard. God damn. But thank you for gifting us up to Mel as well. You're a dork. Did you see the thingy? Did you see the TikTok thingy I posted?
No, she went.
Was it up to par? Was it funny? Was it?
You got it ready yet?
Let's get the shit out of me.
Yeah, let me edit on that.
That one was louder.
Okay.
That one was actually louder. Was it not? That scared me. That one scared me. Like, I jumped a little bit inside. Thank you for gifting one to Nightbot. And Mel. And Kylie. I appreciate that. You're a dork. That one scared me. Make sure to grab your head mounts. Let's see. I suppose I'll be functional and smart.
Functional and smart. Couldn't be me.
Yeah, I'm just trying something new. Playing the game.
Wait, does it? Oh, it responds to everyone. Nice.
Perfect. What was its name? Wait, how do you know? How do you check?
If you bring up your journal, so press J, and then click Overview, it'll say its name and who responds.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, they finally had that. Kind of recently.
Michael,
Nice.
can you show me a sign?
Michael White.
Michael, can you show me a sign?
Why do they call you Michael? And why is your last name White? Were your ancestors also white? Or perhaps they were Michaels? Guess I'll never know. It was indeed a mimic, so you did see it. What'd you think? Do you have any like advice or thoughts, opinions, including on things like hashtags and all that fun jazz? I found the voodoo doll thingy.
Ooh, let me get a picture of it. Where? What's up, Hitsu?
Oh, I was just blowing my nose. There's something like stuck in it.
I thought you were laughing, and I was.
Oh, sorry. I forgot I didn't do the thingy. Oh, I forgot I did that live on stream.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna bring the voodoo doll back to the truck, possibly.
But I want to stab all the thingies.
We could do voodoo doll. I mean, you're likely to die, but we could try it.
Gotta do it for the YouTube channel. What's our YouTube channel called?
Can you show me some?
Guys, question real quick.
Yes.
What should our YouTube channel be called?
Can you show me a sign?
Rectum specters.
Wrecked Inspectors?
Like,
Are you here? Can
were
you
you
show me a
there
sign?
were you there for Unedited stream? Where we kept calling them rectum specters because they kept popping up right behind us.
Ah. Rectum Inspectors. I see.
Specters, because they're ghosts.
Rectum Spectors. Aha.
Hilarious.
Michael, are you here? Can you show me a sign?
Hey, yo, Michael.
Show me a sign.
Michael, are you stinky? Where are you, Michael? Where are you? Michael started throwing gang signs when I said that. I heard you were white.
Show me a sign.
Hey, Michael, are you there? Can you show me a sign? Just fucking drops the blood.
Let me see.
Also, just feel that everyone knows Wolverine is Canadian. No, people don't know that. It's negative here, huh? Where exactly?
Did we get freezing temps?
Right here, right there.
In the hallway or in the room?
Right here, right here.
Hey, hey, Michael.
Can you
Hey,
show me a
Michael.
sign?
Hey, Michael, you're stupid,
Hallway boy.
stupid poopy head.
Michael, you're a bitch. Job, Hitsu.
All right. It pissed me. Okay, I get it. Michael throws hands.
Yeah.
Fuck. God damn. I think Michael is stinky anyways.
Michael, you're a bitch, Michael.
Yeah. Sonny, you tell him. Yeah.
Bitch, Michael.
Yeah. You know what else rhymes with bitch? Me in a ditch. Wait, what?
Oh, what? Ayo?
Nani?
Nani?
Bitch, Mike. Bitch, Michael. Michael fucks for sure. But yeah, a lot of people don't know that Wolverine's Canadian. But I guess it's kind of
Rhymes with bitch.
because it's so popular and it's Hollywood. People just assume it's America. So that's the big reason.
Michael. You're really stanky. How old are you?
Hey, a
Where are
candle.
you?
How romantic.
Are you there?
Hello, Michael. Welcome to our candlelit dinner.
Are you near?
Where all we serve are L's for you.
How did you die?
I'm a Canadian X-Men fan, so maybe I'm biased with my knowingness.
Michael, can you give
I
us
mean,
the
it's
sign?
understandable.
Fuck. Alright then. Oh shit, someone's saying.
No! Oh, whoa! I said no, but hold up, he got that dumpy though.
You do got that dumpy. Well, that was certainly something.
That's for posterity. I was about to say posterior, but that's a different word.
Posterior. That's for posterior.
Captured very large orbs. Yeah, I found 2 ghost orbs. Very big.
Do you wanna? Oh, the big ones, or the big ones, or like
The two big ghost orbs.
doesn't count as ghost orbs. Just by the way,
Oh damn. Well,
yeah, they have to be the ones. Oh, we don't have a camera set up in there, so I can't look. It's do you want to do voodoo doll or no, or do you just want to bring it in?
no, we just have freezing temps.
I feel like voodoo doll is a bad idea, but I want to bring it back to the truck either way, so I can have the object thingy.
But imagine if I died with the voodoo doll.
Yeah, that might happen.
That'd be pretty fire.
Do you want to do voodoo doll, Hitsu?
No, but I'll do it.
Oh, is that a yes then?
Yeah.
Mel, do you want to join us for voodoo doll?
Mel, can you bring a proper camera?
No. Photo camera?
No,
Or-
like a video camera so we can place one in the room because I'm just vlogging my death again.
Oh yeah.
At least I'm fairly sure of what the ghost is now. You're about to turn me into a
You can stay on
ghost,
the truck if you
bruh.
want. And I could
M-
vlog with it too.
Mel dodging. Okie dokie.
Let me drop.
I have 2 glow sticks and a camera.
All right, if you give me the camera, I can do the vlogging for you, and you can
Oh.
do the voodoo.
Perfect.
Somewhere to hide. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a flashlight then.
Okay.
Woo!
Hold on. All right. I'm ready.
Oh, the doors are closed. Was it always closed?
Didn't you close it on our way out?
That does sound like me.
Pretty sure you did.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm
You
quite.
have a free inventory slot for the voodoo, so you want to drop.
That's fine. Where is it? It's over here.
Yeah, it's right here.
Should I do it here?
Maybe want to bring it in the garage, possibly.
Let's find a spot first so I can place the candle lights down.
Wait, I'm...
Oh, what about right here?
We could each hide in a locker.
Yeah.
Oh, we could do the vlogging though.
Oh, that's fine. We'll vlog outside real quick. Yeah, let me grab the thing. Do I have a head mount on, Mel?
Hide here for a minute.
All right, Mel is not speaking to me. I'm fucked. Okay.
Why is she not using words? Is she okay?
She's probably eating. All right, so hello everyone. It's me, Hitsu. This is going on the Rectum Inspectors or Specters channel. Right here we found a voodoo doll in my hand, and as you can see, it's very poorly made. Quite frankly, Michael White kind of sucks at it, but we don't judge him too much. It's cursed nonetheless. So I'm gonna try pushing in random pins and see what happens. Let's fucking go.
Let's hope you don't die.
Yeah. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, bye, Hitsu. Fuck.
The heart thing does mean I'm dead, right?
Should do. Did it kill you, Hitsu?
No, chilling.
Thank you for the follow, Onyx. I appreciate it.
I'm still alive.
Okay, another pin then?
I suppose so.
Perhaps. Thank you, though, Onyx. I hope you're doing well.
So that was my heart. As you can see, it's stabbed in clearly.
Yeah.
Well,
Somehow didn't kill you. I don't really know what
I have a heart of steel. Easy peasy. I don't know where that went.
Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it.
I'm putting them all in.
Yeah, do it.
Woo!
Hello. Hello.
And that's all of it.
Guys. We are doing some ghosty hunt stuff. Did you push in all the pins, Itzy?
Think so? I'm not sure.
I think I heard it. Maybe?
I would eat that doll. Looks crunchy. Nanny, what's gonna do? Kill me? Did I hear it?
I heard it, yeah.
Is it right here? Or is it like not right here? It's moving.
I feel
I hear
it's
footsteps.
happening. Yeah. Let's walk around.
Hey, YouTube, making it. I lived.
Well, welcome back, Ginger. Welcome back, Nos.
That ad revenue is about to be busting.
I think, or something.
It's over.
Not 100%.
Yeah. Yes, Mel, can you come with some meds, please? I'm at 0% sanity. That would be very much appreciated.
How many deaths tonight? I haven't died at all, but some of the others have. Still hunting.
You scared the fuck out of me,
Are you
dude.
there?
Huh?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What up?
It's, just like a thanks, Nos. There you.
Yeah,
I have a feeling we should get out and bring the voodoo doll back with us.
that was a fun party.
Let's go.
Alright.
Grab Mr. Voodoo.
I'm gonna name you Little Jimmy.
Little Jimmy.
Could you just close the door?
I think so. We should get going. Hey Mal, we survived somehow. Hitsu,
Oh, I opened it.
Hello.
what do you have to say? What do you have to say about our experience?
Oh, dropped it. Overall, not really too scared of Mr. White. I know it killed our friend tonight,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
honestly,
tell our friend.
that's just gonna make the ad revenue go crazy on I think on this video, unless we get demonetized. But it's 2008, so I think we're good.
Yeah,
We're good.
We're in the year of our Lord, 2008.
Yeah. YouTube in 2008 was peak. Nothing gets demonetized.
Yeah. Our sanity is low as fuck.
Mr. White, Breaking Bad. Yeah, it's Mr. White.
One
Breaking Bad,
little
alright.
evidence. True.
I'm doing pretty good though, Mister. How are you doing?
That's it. It didn't really seem to do much with the voodoo doll. Like Hitsu put the heart pin in and didn't die. So I have a
I think it was hunting, but I think we were just far.
right, because it was all the way in the opposite corner of the house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
YouTube is weird. I'm good. I'm glad you're good. What you been up
Do
to?
we just want to take a guess, or because we're all, right, with the exception of Mel.
I mean, we
two
got
of us are
pills.
low in sanity. Yeah, but like, I don't know. What should we do?
I say we make Mel do the last bit of the work.
Yeah, you've got the most sanity, Mel.
Let's go.
No, I'm gonna take some pills.
Clicky Liz.
Wait, let's go. You want to go? Like, as in leave? You don't want to go inside the house?
Yeah, let's go.
What about Trolla?
Wait, Mel. We didn't make a
We didn't make a guess yet.
I'm
about to sneeze.
Yes. I actually don't know. I would say Shade, but it wasn't like super shy. Maybe Jin. Let's see what it says about Jin's
God damn.
territorial ghost will attack
God
when
damn.
threatened. That could have been Troya. Because when you're dead, you can set off the motion sensors.
Dumpy.
Yeah.
Do you see the photo?
I think so. Let's see.
He's
The
here.
photos are
Troy's
the
here.
photos are desynced, so I don't really see the same photo you do. But I see like
Troy's
his
here.
head, I think.
His head.
Is that
Next one. Maybe we should go for the next one. Troy's here. a random guess?
Go for the what? No?
Wanna do a random guess? I think Tilla's here, because I see the cup.
We can guess if you guys want.
I guess Jin. I don't know why. That was just.
I mean, Jin kind of looks like Jim, and I named the toy Little Jimmy. So
That's true. I think that's solid.
I think the signs are calling to me.
Signs are calling to me. Where's my flashlight?
Not Jin. Not Jin, he says. It shut power off. Oh, well, shit. It did. I didn't even notice. I was in the dark the whole time.
Oh, it was a demon. I was gonna guess demon, damn it. I thought it was not quite aggressive enough, though.
It
Damn.
counted at 70%. If someone ran back to the van to look at the team sanity, you would have saw that you were all at 50. Add the 15 from a player death to each of y'all, and that would be the 70% threshold for a demon.
Right.
Nice.
'Cause I was gonna guess.
Yeah, it looks like
but it had
Jim.
quite aggressive.
It's Jinn, but the font looks so awkward. It looks like Jim. When I first saw it, I thought Jim as well.
Bones in the hallway.
Just letting you know, Troa, you got a dumpy.
I know. I'm very proud of my lower half. Did a lot of running and biking as a kid, if you know what I mean.
Huh, I see.
Yeah, I'm ready when you guys are. What's up now?
Oh, no. I just heard it just. Someone texted me. Oh.
Oh, you keep cutting out.
It's because I'm next to my mic, that's why. I think someone texted me after the phone, and I was like, this one.
Pop, pop.
No, you're fine. Oh, wait, I got a message too. What's that?
Everyone is getting messages at the same time. How spooky.
One of them was Sophia in the group chat, I'd say.
He's not ready up. Hitsu's not ready yet. Of course he isn't. He's playing with the blocks, isn't he?
I already readied up.
No, you didn't.
Someone added maps. It wasn't my fault.
They go ready up.
Alright, you guys ready? Let's go. Two. Oh, you're ready. Don't never mind.
Yeah, we go camping. I love camping.
Oh, good night, Nos. Sleep well.
Good night, Nos.
Good night.
I got my head mount.
Alright, it responds to everyone.
Lovely.
I'm just gonna vlog.
Take care. I was gonna give you a shout out, but you don't scream. I'm gonna give you a shout out anyway.
Motion does it? Oh, there we go.
Okay. Oh no, it's raining. Can you make it stop?
I mean, at least it's not foggy. Because on the outdoor maps, it's near impossible to see ghost orbs when it's foggy.
You guys know a campfire song?
CAMPFIRE camp.
The campfire song.
CAMPFIRE SOMP song.
Can we start a fire on a rainy day?
I wish.
Bread tent.
Red tent, red tent.
I'm gonna try something. It's raining out, so the wood is probably not cool.
That's freezing temps. Freezing temps then?
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Wait, you can't? What the fuck?
Hey.
Start a fire?
Oh, there's 30 temperatures here again.
Hey.
That's kinda cool.
Oh, we have marshmallows.
Oi. I had no idea you could start fire.
Loot it all. I see loot it all. I see loot it all. I see loot it all.
Here, I'll get a picture of it. Hold on.
Crunchy roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, crunchy roll, da 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 da, hey da da da.
What kind of snack is that?
Hey.
I've never heard of it.
Natty.
No, I'm Troa.
Hello, Troa.
Turn the radio on and scared the shit out of me.
How dare it? Is that not a Bunsen burner?
Oh, it is a Bunsen burner. That's why it sounded weird. Oh wait, no, that's not a Bunsen burner. That's a hot plate.
Hot plate. Yeah, Bunsen burners are scientific.
Yes, they're like little flames.
Da 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 da. Hey. 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 West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Crunchy roll. Crunchy roll.
EMF 3. Hello. Give us a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Larry, are you here? Are you near? Are you far?
Oh, sorry.
Are you friendly? Are you
I didn't
French?
realize he was two spirit
Do you
bugs.
like pizza? Do you like SpongeBob?
Do you like
Here?
pizza?
Are you near? Are you far?
Oh, it's a ball.
Yeah.
Do balls burn?
I think I found a bone, by the way. This yellow tent.
Ooh, I like bones.
This is a yellow tent, okay?
I'm on the way. Oh, it made a sound. It made a sound on the spirit box confirmed, I think.
Hey.
Yup, he said death. He is an angry one.
Did I ever show the time I taught French class without knowing French? You have not.
Oh, I found it. Thanks.
I'm quite intrigued. Oh, that is a big bone.
Bone. I mean, what?
I'm
I'm hilarious. Oh, hello.
I just saw it. Something behind me.
Holy indestructible pins of justice.
I really
Pardon that. This will be another few messages. It's a double text. No, don't worry. Please tell me.
you came out.
I think Mel got scared to. Oh, just scared to the point where she's just off on a lot now. Poor Mel. Anyone feeling sore? I have an ice pack.
I-R-E-S-O-N-G song.
What happens if you put an ice pack inside a fire?
Do it.
Will it burn?
C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song.
Where does this go?
C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song. C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O. What did you do?
The ice pack can defeat fires.
Eee.
I need a new lighter.
Do it.
So it's in middle school, and we have to learn French because it's Canada's second language, like how American schools learn Spanish. Valid. These two kids who consistently bully people get in trouble. As expected, everyone gets bored waiting for the teacher to get
Oh, we can
back.
put salt down 'cause that's a daily objective.
So I get up and start teaching what we were learning. I don't know anything, but I knew context clues. Ooh! Fire's back. How cool.
What does that say?
Ow, my head. It can be what?
It can't be done.
Okay.
You're an original, aren't you?
Did you get a haircut?
A while ago. I got a haircut a while ago. Like, I think in January. Ever had fun because I was a fun teacher. It was great, but then the teacher gets back. So I get up and start teaching what we were learning. I didn't know anything, but I knew context clues.
50% with sleep being the lowest for 48.
So you basically taught a class. What it doing? Pretend I noticed in January. Hers. How could you tell? Shucks. Thank you for the sub, bro. How'd you know? I sing a song for you. Baka mitai kodomo nano ne. Yume wo ookisi suite. Forgot the lyrics. 下手ねくせに笑わない笑顔を見せた I love you もろく言わない口下手で本もに不器用なのにどうして It tried to kill us. Sayonara wa ietaro. Dame da ne. Dame yo. Dame nano yo. Anta ga. Well, doesn't like my singing. I'm out. Cool beans. So I kept teaching French, not knowing shit. He sat in my seat and told me to continue teaching. I was terrified of getting in trouble, so I kept going. The funny thing is, he let me get up and teach for almost... What? How did... What?
Oh.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Oh no, that was it was the blue of the candle. I was just
Oh.
kidding.
And yes, it is Cursorino.
Are you good?
What are we doing this weekend?
Hey, let me look.
So we have Spirit Box.
I don't see it. Maybe I'm just...
Do we get freezing temps?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes we did. That was the first thing I saw.
And then we need either ghostwriting, or fingerprints, EMF,
Ghostwriting, Charles?
or ghost orbs.
Yeah.
Is there ghostwriting, sir?
Why is there a camera?
So here's the little
Oh, that was the
trick,
camera.
guys. You hang out with your friends, and you see they have pills, just grab them, take them, and throw it away. They'll never know what went missing, and you get a free high.
Bro, you're 30%, bro.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I need a photo of the ghost. Are you seeing orbs at all?
I thought I did. Can't see it now.
Not for sure, then.
Can you move the camera back, Charles? Because I thought there was orbs, but you didn't.
Yeah, fuck that.
How's that?
Oh, that was quite the view. Oh my god, the dumpy on this man.
Mel, how's that so we can see the Unreal?
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
Alright, cool. Let me know when you see the orbs.
Yeah, we have orbs.
Cool, it's an Unreal. It was blowing up both candles simultaneously. Only that does it.
Cool beans.
Alright, so I'm gonna get a photo of the ghost. Anyone that wants to be safe, go back to the van.
Okay.
I thrive on safety. I'm the pinnacle of safety and health.
Awesome. While you're being pinnacle of safety, can you grab me another flashlight?
Here, take mine.
Here you go.
Perfect. I got it. I don't need it anymore now. I got it right where I want it. I lost my camera.
Did you get it? Got your camera? I didn't see this part. I still know how to ask what are you doing on your phone in French. Can't type it if I didn't care enough to write it. That's valid. I understand that. I think the only French I know is Je m'appelle.
It's gonna hunt.
Insert name. Je m'appelle de la croissant. Je m'appelle baguette. So what's it hunting? Do you know? Deer?
People. It doesn't like fire, so this thing might keep it a little bit away or deter its hunt. I'm not 100% sure.
Ooh, orbs. The only written French I know is I am a toilet. Je suis un toilet. Sync PDF de passer dans mon équipe. I don't speak French, and I don't know if I'm saying anything correctly at all, but I guarantee you I'm gonna get canceled on Twitter tomorrow. Oh, look, I found things with holes and sticks you can put them in. You guys like playing with holes and sticks?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
You die for me, please.
What the fuck?
Stay safe.
No! Troa's dead! I saw him get choked. If only I knew the Heimlich maneuver. Let's see where his camera is. I think that's the flashlight. I'll try to take a photo of this poor soul. the way he died. What a body. Wow. Wow, that is a position to die in. Wow, Rip pose. I picked up Japanese again, and I'm excited over that. No, rip bozo. You know the meme?
Yes.
Hey, we're going right. Okay, we're going.
Yeah, I'm ready. Wait, am I ready?
Yeah,
What is it?
good.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Is this a Logan Paul reference? Nah, this is pre-Logan Paul. We're in 2008 right now. We're recording content for our YouTube channel called Rectum Specters. Like the ghost. Not inspector. Like the ghost.
What?
That's my last game.
It was a fucking mimic.
Who lied about the ghost orbs?
Oh, but me and Mel definitely saw them, but it was a mimic, and you always, I think
They
you
have
always
fake?
ghost orbs with a mimic. Well,
That's my last game.
um,
Valid. Is that Mel's last game? Are we finishing off?
that was my last one as well. Yeah.
Erectum specters? No, like rectum.
Rectum.
Like erectum sounds wrong. It's just rectum. That sounds less wrong.
Only slightly.
I picked up Japanese again. Though. GG's I'm out too. No worries, Troa. You gotta get that rest.
Bye.
I had fun.
Wait, Hitsu, are you gonna keep streaming, or are you done as well?
I might, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay, so I'll probably raid you then.
Nani. Nani.
Nani?
Hi. Bye.
Wee.
Well, this is my friend, and they just vanish out of existence. That's schizophrenia. It was fun. No, I had a lot of fun. They investigate the shithole paranormal hotspots, SMH. Yeah. That actually makes that's a good description title. The Rectum Specters, paranormal investigators that check out the shitholes and hellholes of all the modern tales and stories that are out there. But I don't know what I want to do. It was fun playing with them. I scared the shit out of myself probably like a few times. Classic experience. But at least Phasmophobia is not like other horror games where I actually piss myself. But in the meantime, what should I do? I could do chess or TFT, AFK and TFT. Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? What do you mean question mark? What'd I say?
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding. Love that sound.
I don't know what's going on with Twitch. That's a
Golden showers.
I wish I knew. I really wish I knew.
When did I say anything about golden showers? Nani? Thank you for the raid, Sonny. Thank you for playing again. I had a lot of fun. I'm as confused as you are. Nani? The only thing that's golden about my shower. I don't know where to go with that. I'm blinking. But I did not say anything about a golden shower. Oh. Same. It was fun. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a proper blast, actually. But I'm not gonna play fastball on my own. I'm not crazy. It's the only thing golden about my showers is my speed running world record. Valid. I'm in the shower for a solid 2 seconds before I'm clean head to toe. And that's a fact. I know some people say you can't clean yourself in 2 seconds, but you know what? I got a medal for it. And there were doctors watching. Let's see. It's my face. Nani? Let's see. What can I do? Chess? I'm probably gonna do chess anyways. If I turned off stream, I probably would play chess anyways. So what if I just did chess, but on stream? How crazy would that be? What is my streamer saying? I don't know. Okay. I know what we do. I switch to this. Check this out. On one side, we practice Norwegian. Wow. Huh? On the other side, we share Netflix passwords. Let's go. Have you watched the Mandela catalog? Not yet. No, I haven't. We learned in Norwegian the Family Guy effect. The Family Guy effect? What's the Family Guy effect? Hitsu, I love you. Good night. Pizza, thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Thank you for the gifted subs as well. You're ridiculous. Like I said, I feel bad when people do it. But I am genuinely thankful. And that sound effect I do genuinely like hearing. So just thank you. You have a good night. Take care. I appreciate you. Bye-bye. I need to learn Norwegian. Never feel bad for being amazing. Let me support you. I can't help it. It's part of who I am. I cannot help. But yes, I guess for now we will do just chatting and Why am I hearing myself? Why was I hearing myself? Oh, was that Discord? That was Discord. Oh my fucking god. I thought I was going crazy. I actually thought I was going crazy. That scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. That scared. I forgot I'm in Discord. Oh, I thought I was going crazy. Okay, let that be a reminder that I'm going to hop in bunch of weeds to private server so that doesn't happen and I don't get scared again. Because I sometimes forget to switch channels when I'm done. Moshi moshi. Sorry, all my cords are tangled and I need to fix that. No, that's valid. All right, but we're playing chest. Quick game. Bring us in. All right, let's see what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna start with the classic Queen's Pawn, and of course, you know me, I love Netflix. So we're doing Queen's Gambit. They accept. I'll probably try to take that. If they do anything weird, we'll see what to do. But they do the right thing. They bring up the knight. Jeg savner deg. I miss you, Sophia. That was kind of easy. First. First. Of course. Honestly, how silly of me to assume otherwise. Hi, Sophia. You sunk my battleship. Yeah, I miss Sophia. Oh my, fuck, that scared me. Did I see it twice on stream? Let's see. He moves this pawn up, but for what? What's the plan of attack here? What's he thinking? Does he want to push this? Does he want to do this? Is he trying to protect himself from that? Intriguing move. I don't know what I want to do, so I'm gonna do a lazy move. Put that there. Just throw that up there, and then see what happens next. How are you doing, Snazza? How was the movie you watched? So he is doing that attack. That is actually his plan. All right, we bring that back here. I'm okay with that. Maybe move that up here. Cover that. I'm thinking. We're thinking. We're planning. We're planning. Hitsu, how many third-person pronouns does Norwegian have? It's a weird question, but Finch only has one, so I was curious. I'm very bad at Norwegian. Like, I'm learning to be with my fiance. But the words I've learned so far are things like Jeg er en kriminal or Jeg er en amerikansk. I feel like from inference, you can probably guess what I'm saying with those words. Yeah. I'm not a criminal and I'm American. I am a criminal, is what I was saying. Jeg er ikke en criminal would be I am not a criminal. So my language skills are slacking, to say the least. Okay, he does that. He pushes like that, so I push like this. I challenge him to move because I'm threatening that he can probably dip here if he wanted to for the check, in which case I do this. Or actually, no, I think I do that if he checks. All right, he does that. Ooh, but then he comes here and takes that. And I don't want that. So fuck you. That's how I counter that. Finnish has one pronoun, meaning he, she, singular, they, and it's really cool. Han. See, hun, I think in Norwegian is like man or him. Or something like that. I'm not too sure. Back is in pain, so sleeping is hard, but I'll make sure I'll take some calms and then try. If I'm not asleep in an hour, I'll order a McDonald's breakfast. Unless it's great, it dragged and the plot was basic and predictable. Ewan McGregor was good though. Ewan McGregor. What movie were you watching that had Ewan McGregor in it? I love that guy. That guy's cool. All right. Fuck him. I'm doing that. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date.
Ding. Is that Kiryu's voice I'm hearing right now in my ears?
Sir?
Oh my god, this clip. Those are abs?
I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry.
Kiryu? From ye oldie times? Is that what I'm watching? That was from tonight? That game is out? The ancient Japan game is out? Holy shit. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Hello, Krim. Those who don't know, Sift is basically a big dork. He's been sick for a while, but he's better now, and I'm actually quite happy with that. And he's a really, really good guy in general. I think he's a fantastic individual. So please check him out. We are playing right now chess. I'm also doing some Norwegian on the side in between turns and rounds, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing yet, per se, but it seems like... Hold up. Is he threatening this? Oh, God.
No one is quite sure why, but perhaps...
Thank you so much for that follow, Eric Director. Thank you for coming with Crim's raid real quick. Here, let me make a move real quick so I can continue. I will go here. I'll go with that move. I'll go with that. That looks simple enough. Fork? I can do a fork? Where? I don't see a fork. Fork! I forked up. Thank you for gifting Civ the sub, Neo. I appreciate that. Sup, Hitsuga. Hope things are going well. Hope you're doing well, Gene. My camera's over here, but my chat's over here. So excuse my timing. E4, E5. E4, E5. E4. I'm an idiot. Got it. Cool. Dork 4, Dork 5. Best timing. We're going to get sleep, Hitsu. If I'm not sleeping an hour, I'll get... No, please. Get some rest. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid, by the way, Sift. I actually do really appreciate that. Hello, Mini Shamu. I know you. You're a dork. I've talked to you plenty of times before in Crim's chat. The Ghost Rider. I would recommend it. You would not recommend it. Okay. I'll have to take a look at... Because I saw it on, I think... Twitter, but I haven't done much with it yet. Can I get some soft sounds before bed? New bits badge? Oh my god, you got the new thing. Wait, do I have emotes for bits? I think I do, don't I? Which one is it? I actually don't know what my emotes are. I don't know what my own emotes are. That's awful. No, but seriously, thank you for gifting Sif the sub there. All right. Next time I'm able to take over my dachi, want to shout you out, Hitsu. That will be fantastic. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that immensely. All right. I'm doing some theory crafting. He is threatening to take that. But can I counterattack? Can I do anything right now? Question mark. Annoying dog redeem. I love it. Yeah, I fucking love it. And that's Sophia's voice. That's my fiance's voice for anyone who's curious what that sound was. If he threatens to take it, I say fuck you, and I take back. He's up 1. He takes this, which is for free. Understandably. What do I do in return? I kind of throw in return. Yeah? I'm throwing in return? We love to see it. Maybe I go here. Get the pawn up here if he doesn't attack the pawn real quick. Let's see. Let's see if I can do anything. I'm trying to set up a little thingy here. Little this action. Also, can definitely recommend like a Dragon Ishin. It's so fun. For free? For free? What's for free? Next time. Thank you again, Band-Aids, for saying that. Good night, Snake. You sleep well. Annoying Dog Redeem is fantastic. I love it. I absolutely adore it. Okay. Cool beans. All right, I go here. It's a check. He has to be pushed in. I can take that, but right now I'm down 3. I should not be trading willy-nilly. I go here. I just lose my knight for nothing. I go here. Then... So I say fuck that for now. Pressure this. So I was like, for free? He said for free? No, it was probably the annoying dog redeem. But no, I feel that. I really, really want to play the new Like a Dragon Ishin. Now, especially now after I saw that clip. How far in are you? I can't probably afford it, honestly. I got the Judgment games though, so I can probably play through those first before I even think about like playing other stuff right now. But I want to finish Life is Strange first before I switch to any like other major games right now. All right, Norwegian. While we wait for him to decide. First, hvor lenge? How long?
Hvor lenge?
I'm a linguistic master. Piece of cake. Unnskyld.
Unnskyld.
Sorry. Gonna lurk while I start getting ready for bed. Oh, he did something. He did something. He did something. All right, cool. What'd he do? He said, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for playing with me, Sonny. I appreciate you. You take care. You're a dork. Confirmed. You can sing Baka Mitai. No, I can't. I got about 4 hours in. I'm in chapter 2. I spent all my money at the karaoke. That's what I love to hear. That's what I like to hear. That just made me smile. Hell yeah. We love to hear it. Let's see. I need to start thinking about a way to attack this pawn, I feel like. But I don't want to make it obvious. If I make it obvious, he's gonna react to it suddenly. So, how do I make it less obvious? For now, let's see. I'm defending that pawn. Then when he moves somewhere, like here maybe, or here, he takes that. I move here to threaten that. I'm protecting my bishop with that, right? And then I move this. Oh no, I can't move it there though. I need to get rid of this specific bishop. I get rid of that bishop somehow. It will work for me. This is a trade. I do mind. I do mind that trade. I do mind that trade. Fuck. Okay. Actually, no. I'm still protecting this with that. That works. Confirmed. But when are we gaming, Sift? Neo? When are we playing that Into the Backrooms game? Or is it the other one? Inside the Backrooms. When are we playing Inside the Backrooms? I want to play that with my homies. So he's going to take that pawn now. That's for free. I'm going to take with this. It's going to seem very scuffed, but I'm trying to bait it. I'm going to try something. If he doesn't see it, he might be fucked here. If he doesn't see it, he might be fucked. See, what's he going to try to go here? He's going for that, right? Fuck. Fuck. Okay. I go here, he takes, I take, but if he doesn't take, I check, and then my rook takes the queen. But that requires him to not take it. But why would he not take it? You know? I just get some late dinner and work on edits, so I'll be lurking. Glad you're feeling better, dude. Thank you for the kind wishes, Dork. You take care, man. I appreciate you. You enjoy your lurk. All right, we're gonna commit to this plan. All right, yeah, we're gonna commit to the plan. Fuck it. He takes. 2 minutes is plenty of time. 2 minutes lasts like forever. Fuck. If I take with the queen, he should take my queen. Yeah? Nani? I'm out of time. Fuck. I take his queen, but I can... If he takes the queen now... Fuck it. I'm doing it. He should take that queen. I want him to take this queen. Instead of taking... But if he doesn't take my queen, I have my queen. If he tries to save his queen, we're good. Thank you for the orders, Strom. How are you, Dork? Ooh, okay, yeah. I trolled. Fuck, I'm out of time, dude. I'm stressing from time. I have to move here. I go here, it's wasting. I am a troller. No, he can save himself. He can fucking save himself. It's not gonna work. I just noticed it. Going on with life. How have you been? I have been good. I'm just enjoying my life. He's gonna protect it like that. And it's GG. Yep. I'm gonna give it to him. We lost. It's fine. I'll be back in a few weeks though. How have you been? Who's this sexy man? I'm not the sexy man. I'm not Tim. All right, we got 16 seconds. Let's play fast moves. We're playing until we get checkmated. I ain't no bitch. You're gonna have to checkmate me. Fast moves, baby. It's over. It's over. Yeah, there it is. Okay. You're the sexy man. Shush. All right, that was the rough match. Rough match. All right, we want to try something different. Queen's pawn opening, not the gambit though. He's gonna grab this like so. I'm gonna do this like so. Assuming he brings out. Oh, he doesn't bring that up. Interesting. Let him take it. I don't mind. I'm threatening that now, so he should protect it. That's fine by me. I'm gonna protect that pawn. Then castle. Game's still fast mode, just to let you know. Oh no, it's not supposed to be fast mode. How do I change it? Let me change it. We're doing chess. Chess and language learning. There we go. All right. This position is not too favorable for me, but fuck it, I'm castled at least. This looks like fast. Yeah, it's pretty fucking spooky. It's pretty fucking spooky. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling kind of scared. That isn't a threat to me. That's a lazy move. He wanted to pin my queen normally, or my king. That doesn't really do anything right now. Chess scares me. I've been enjoying chess a lot recently, and I don't know why. It's just been really fun. When I'm ass, I know it's my own fault. Like, it's been a lot of fun. That also does not seem like much of a move right now. What is he targeting? I'm very confused about how he's playing this right now. Okay. That was kind of obvious, but I just didn't see it. He goes here. It's check. I can't come here. It's actually checkmate. So we bring that up. I have to. Pawn structure gets fucked. That's okay. I can move now. That's okay. It hurts, but it's okay. I might actually get checkmated right now. Not gonna lie to you. Might actually happen, boys. Oh, mass. He takes my queen. I take with rook. We're down 4. Chess scares me too. In any case, next. 2, to. They say it's slightly different than American too. Vilken, Vilket, Vilke. Don't know what any of that is.
Vilket?
Vilket, Vilke, Vilken, Vilket, Vilke. Which? Did not know that. Second.
Andre.
Andre. Okay. All right. He did not go for the queen take. That's, I think, a mistake. How do I... Okay. Let me see. Takes. Take that. I think he made a mistake just now. I'm not sure what the mistake is just yet, but I think he made a mistake. So I take this with the... I obviously want to protect that. He takes this. I just take back. That's fine. Not really. It's not fine. I'm behind Gigahard. He made a mistake, but he's just has more pieces than me because I made a big mistake early. When he grabbed that one pawn here, so easy to just fall behind in this game. So fucking easy. All right. So we know he made a mistake. Question is, what can do? I have to move my king. He has these paths. I go here, I get checked. I go here. I also get checked by him there. Yeah, there needs to be some comeback mechanics. This is bullshit. Unless Still counter here, which is fine. I'm trying to get in here right now. He grabbed my pawn. I'm so tired, but I have to be up at around 8 a.m. and it's 2 a.m. right now. Go get some rest, Band-Aids. Please. Thank you for stopping by. If it's late, please get some rest. That's where I wanted to go. But we lost that. Fuck. It's so hard to come back once you're like, God damn, it's hard. Okay, he's gonna go here. No, he's not. That's fine. Enemies are cheating today. They are. Honestly, I didn't even see that. I'm fucking trolling. I'm trolling. I'm not used to playing chess on a small board. That's the factor. This board is too small for me. I'm trolling. I'm actually trolling. I'm fucking throwing. My elo. It's ass. There's not much I can do right now. It's over. I already lost. Yeah, we're not really practicing Norwegian. That's very true. But what if I was able to force a stalemate of some sort? You can check me again or do this. I'm guessing he's doing that, yeah. Got fucked. All right, I'm gonna do five flash words. Sex. 6 is sex. 14. What the hell is 14? I don't know. 14. 18. All right. N10. Elve. Fuck. Oh, sex. Oh my god, that sex was fictional. Not in Norway, it's not. Tredje. Yeah, yes. Null? No. Or 0, rather. Var så snill og jenta. Please? So kindly?
Vær så snill og jenta.
Fuck, I'm ass. Alright, full screen. Norway is scary. Yeah, we're full screen now. I can see clearly. The board is in front of me. I will try this play again. I'm hoping he takes it. He does not. So we go with that variation. The French defense. Is that what I called? Is that what it's called? I can go here. Go there. I'll protect these two for now. That seems a bit rash. Seems a bit sudden. If I take... I'm gonna go here. And if he brings that down, I just move it back. I think. Because now if he wants to push this, it leaves that open. Everyone's so crazy with their pawn movements nowadays. God damn. You missed mate in 30? It's over. I'm ass. I know. Okay. I'm accepting that I'm gonna lose that pawn already. Can I do anything with it? His pawn structure is really, really scuffed, but he has strong pawn movement right now. But I might be able to find a way to fuck with it. If I have to take it with my king, I'm not afraid to. Think about going here, maybe. King be forced to move over here. Then I go here? Question mark? Forced to go here. Take his queen. And get her resign. Shit. Shit. He's so tunneled on pushing this. He was so tunneled on that he didn't see the threat. I didn't see it either. I just knew I could check him and make him move, force a move, and then check him again. But as soon as I checked him, I realized I could get the double, the fork. Acting like you're not at that point. I missed mate in 45. I'm so fucking stupid. Acting like you're not negative 50 at that point. Yeah. I mean, here he's kind of stuck. Then I just move that there. Let me see. Let's see. I take the. Oh, can I hold up? Can I even get like a? I take the queen, obviously. He can't do anything about that. My knight lives. It's not even a trade. Here, let's do an analysis. I had mate in 5. It was there. It was there somewhere. Boom. As soon as he went for that pawn, instead of checking me, I had mate in 5 or 6. I did the right move. I did the second right move. What's the next move? How is that mate in 5? Oh, he can't move to these two pieces. He actually just can't move. This guy's frozen. He's stuck here. His only spot is here. No, he can't go there either. Okay. So he's kind of stuck, and I just move my queen about. He brings his thing down maybe to try to do something, but I take a pawn, and then it's checkmate. That's checkmate. Because then he can defend with the pawn, and then I take. Damn. Moldy bread tunnel visioned. Let's go. How lucky. Oh, that was a proper good game. He played that very unconventionally, so it surprised me a little bit. Does he take or does he push? I'm guessing he takes, right? The way he has things set up right now. Then I do this. I suppose I will do this early. Question mark. It stops this from. Maybe I should have moved that to that spot. Maybe. Dude, this guy is. All right. The dweeges go crazy. It's gonna be a trading game. It seems like. Holy shit. We're trading cards. Okay. He's going for either this or this. I'm just gonna do that. Protect that with that. Very strange match so far. He's using the latest chess engine, GG. Yeah, it's over for me. Okay, this leaves me exposed to the green. You know what? Fuck you. Make a choice. Do something. Thank you. Not my problem. Then I am going to castle. Because again, not my problem. Move. You can easily take that, I suppose. Yep. All right, my goal, get the bishop over here, my queen up here. I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna move this up here to help cover that spot. Yeah, he's using the latest chess engine. It's over for me. I lost. You have 2,725 nanis right now. I'm so rich. Is that how much? Is that what the points are called? Oh, they are called nanis. That's fucking true. All right. Don't know what he's trying to do here. Oh, I threw. Fuck. Fire on the streets. Be me. I threw. It's okay. He comes here. He takes it for free. I threatened to move him. So surely he runs. Nope. Surely I throw the game instead. I go here. I threaten this, I think. Oh, fuck. I was like, I'm gonna do the same thing to him if I can. I must admit that was quite the questionable choice. He goes here. I push up. No fear. I go here. And I lose. No, I don't lose, actually. Because I'm amazing. I'm covered. Fuck you. Oh, that felt so good. What you gonna do about it? What's he gonna do about it? Answer, fuck all. Let's go. Feel free to come, my friend. Feel free. Not a problem to me. Thank you. Please. I don't know how I came out of that, but I came out of that. We fucking did it. Holy shit, thank you for the elo. Literally. What the fuck is that start? The Kadas opening? Bro, why does no one just play a normal opening? Holy shit. Normal development. Normal development. I'm just gonna do normal. Could not give a shit. Do your thing. Literally don't care. Literally do not care. I'm gonna go here. Threaten that pawn. With a checkmate, maybe? Go ahead, take it. Take it. I don't care. Take it. No problem. Take it. I lost. I'm ass. I'm so ass. Yeah. We fight. We fight. We fight. We fight. We fight. It's alright. We make this work. We make this work. Right now we can't go here. Oh. Oh well, that's fucking awkward. He can go here. I threw this so fucking hard. It's like, what's he doing with that pawn? We're only down. We've had worse games. This is nothing. I love throwing. I fucking love throwing. He literally just walked it all the way down. That's crazy. I just let him walk it all the way down. No. No. Hold on, this game was just chalked. Analysis. Okay. How am I supposed to respond to that? I'm doing proper development. Am I supposed to take? Is this when I take? So I'm supposed to take right there. I had the right idea. Ignore the fucking pawn until it gets right on your line, and then you can take. Because it seems like that's what it's implying. Or just do normal, or keep developing. The idea was to keep developing. But letting him actually take is bad. Okay. You heading to bed? Good night, Band-Aids. DM me the thing whenever you're ready. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. So he takes, and that's the throw. I threaten checkmate. But because he gets queen, I can't. Can I? No, I cannot. So here I move up. I have to there. No. What the fuck do I do here? I just have to take. That's the smartest move right here. Take. And then what will he play? Interesting. That was just a really weird fucking match. A DM tomorrow after my club? Bet. Hit me up. Alright. We can do... Ooh, he's doing something different. I do not know how to play this. The England Gambit. Don't know how to play that, but I will try. Threaten this, right? think I'm supposed to do that. Right. I go for. Can he en passant that? He can en passant that. That's fine by me. We take it back. That's not going to do anything because he can go here. Actually, that's protected. That is going to do something. Pressure that. Ooh, fuck, that scared me. Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding!
Yet another birthday bash, Michael, it's your birthday today. Cake an ICE cream is on its way, Michael. Es been such a good boy this year. Open up your presents while we all cheer.
What did I just hear? What did I just listen to? Comment, hello, Dork, how are you? What is going on? I appreciate you. Let's see. I want to take. I know he's gonna take up his queen. I'm a pressure with my knight. Rats. We are the rats. Persaloodles. Persaloodles. What a name. Hello. Welcome. It is I, Hitsu. How can I be of service to you today? Thank you so much for the raid. You dorks. Why, thank you. No, I appreciate it. The person is wholesome and great. I like wholesome. I like great. Let's see. I do this to threaten this. Free pawn and then back off. Or I take if he moves this anywhere. I take, get a check. Take his queen. How are you coping with the loss of your darkness? Terribly. I fucking hate it. I will eat your chess piece while you're not looking. What the fuck? That's illegal. You can't take my chess pieces while we're playing. But no, I fucking hate coping with the fucking Dark and Darker. I need Dark and Darker back. I was going through. I dreamt about Dark and Darker last night. I dreamt about it. It's bad. It's bad. Man, I just asked you to play once. Not even once. Not even once. I blame you. You're the reason why. What happened to me? What happened to you? How could you? But thank you for the raid though, comment. Let me shout you out. I know we got a clip already, but I'm gonna shout you out again. Bomb. And I'm also going to do the doggy streams for Comic Kosu. Hey.
I don't want that on my channel. Please do not click that.
Bum 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 bum.
No, I don't want it on my channel.
This is a bop. I don't know what it is, but it's a bop. If I need to. This rook is mine. The way he counters this is by checking me, which I block with my knight. But his rook is mine. Thank you. Say less, not worried. I'm still up a pawn. He moves his queen to check me. I do this. If that's not the most rudest fucking thing I've seen in my life. Holy shit. Not gonna freak out yet. I should be castling, but I'm not gonna freak out yet. Sorry, I meant your dorkness. I meant dorkness. Block with your dorkness. You're the dork. You gosh darn dork. All right, he takes that for free. Granted, I could have just taken that for free. That was such a rash decision what I just did. Could you imagine though? I go hop in the stinky shower real fast. BRB. Please take your shower. Thank you for the raid, Kame. I love that. Oh my god, you got the Donko doggos. We love those. Okay. We gotta improvise here. I probably need to make some breathing room for my boy. My boy. If he moves the queen, interesting move. Brilliant move. This guy. He did not see this move fucking coming. He takes that. I know I lose, but guess what? I'm only down +2. I want him to take this. I will take this like so. Not losing that for no fucking reason. Not just yet. Now we're down only 1 pawn. Feeling kind of nice, no? Feeling kind of nice. All right, if I take this now, it will be a hassle. I want this rook. If I go here, he goes here. Yeah? So that's not productive. So I'm just going to go here for now. Thank you. He should have gone here and gone for the check, because that would have been checkmate. Threaten this, I think. But he's trying to protect this pawn, and I can respect that. Let's see. If I go here, he goes far left. Sure, I do this, right? Then go here. Can also go here. Ooh, okay, he's pushing. He's pushing. He pushing. He pushing. Yes. Which case I move that down. That's okay, because I moved that up. I threaten this. He backs up maybe here. That's okay. I push up for now. And it's just, this is endgame. I gotta think properly. I gotta think properly. Ooh, this is tough. This is tough. That I think was a mistake on his part. I think he just fucked up. I think that was a fuck up. Let's see. How was this a fuck up though? He goes here. Goes here. If I take, he takes with his thing anyways. I don't, he messed up somehow doing this, and I don't know what the mess up is exactly. I let him take. Then I take back. When I push over here, he pushes down. Then I push back. So I just waste time. I do this and back. He's down here. And he moves forward comfortably. Can't go here anymore. I have an idea. We take. That's fine. I'm not taking yet. I'm gonna push this up. Check this. Or maybe I push. Okay, maybe I push this. I have 3 pawns. I gotta use them well. He has 2 rooks. Oh man, this is actually proper endgame. Proper fucking endgame. Okay. I'm gonna see what he does. I just wanna see what he does. I don't have to move those pieces yet. I can still get to, I still have to this pressure over here. I need to get better at endgame, honestly. I'm ass at the endgame. Ooh. Do 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 do. If he takes, I take. If he runs, I check. If he runs this way, I push this way. If he checks me here, I get that free movement. And I got checkmated. I was like, wait, I completely forgot I could do that. I'm so fucking stupid. I was like, I need to move this down. That's the free movement I'm supposed to use. Then I go here, and he goes here, checks again, and then I'm stuck here. And then I'm safe. Then I can free move that. Fucked up there. Fucked up. Like, I know it's good for him. It's good position for him still. But it's not that good. It's... Alright, let's see. I go here, right? He checks me. I go back up here. If he takes, I take. If he goes here, then it becomes a draw game if I just rinse and repeat. So then I'm finally back up here. He needs to figure out what he needs to do. This is wasting his time if he does this. So eventually he would probably push for this. Then I get my free move. Then he does this. Maybe. I can't. No, he doesn't do that. I would just take. I had it. I had him. My pawns were really good spots. I think I just needed to not actually just throw the bag right here. Just moving down saves me. Moving down saves me because then he has to respond to this. And he has to move that somewhere. Moving down literally just gave me the time. Unfortunate. I'm so bad at endgame. Endgame fucks me up so hard. We'll do Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit is fun. I like Queen's Gambit. I do this. I take back. I don't need to take back, I guess. He develops like normal, so we'll just take. If I take this, his pawns are kind of fucked. I like that. I'm just gonna try to castle real quick. Great move. Oh, I had it. I just choked. I threw the bag. You're so good. I'm so good after throwing the games. My goal is to make him move. That's my goal. But it's gonna castle now. I'm just sandbagging right now. I am sandbagging. I am. Real quick. Let me do that. That's a quick little fuck you to him. Fantastic. Then go ahead and do this. So I can open this up. Move his queen. Exclamation TikTok. Hell yeah. I want to see if he moves this thing up. If he moves this, I'll just move this back. Like here. I'll move this back here. That's fine. I just wanted to fuck up the pawns here like immensely, so he has to move over here. Not too worried about that, to be honest. So I'm gonna do. Am I trolling? Or is he trolling? He's trolling. He's trolling, yeah? If he does not do it now, he fucked. Because then I just check him and he has to move his shit over here. In which case I check him again. No, I don't do that. In which case I pin. Oh, you fucked up. He's gonna defend with this. I know he is. You know what? That's not that bad. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this trade. Okay. I was like, did he just realize what he did? He did. Oil handers was just like, I get it. It happens. He resigned on his own. It happens. Happens to the best of us. All right, let's do Karokan. Oh, I'm trying to get better at the Karokan. I would like to move this here. That's how we start this. Okay. Truthfully, I'm not too worried about that, I don't think. So I'll go here. That might have been a bad move. I'm not too sure yet, though. I go here. That gets developed for no reason. So I'm just going to capture it. Move that up. You can move this up. Like so. Which honestly doesn't really bother me much. I can just bring this back. I lose a little bit in development, I think. Yeah, we lose a little bit in development, but that's fine. Then I move this up. Actually, I'm gonna try to defend this first. That up. Then I want to pin. Does not bother me. Does not bother me. Okay, we don't want to pin anymore though. Let's see. Move that over here, protect that real quick. He takes this for free. I move that over here. I castle. He doesn't take it for free? Question mark. Oh, it's dependent by the horse. You're right. I don't want to lose my pawn structure here, but I don't want to lose my horse either. So we'll do passive play first. Then do this. Now I want to move this up here, I think. And then bring this back in. Awkward start, but we're not looking too bad, I don't think. Oh, he wants to take. Okay. Do I want him to take? No. I want to protect it, actually. So I'm going to go for this. I'm going for this. I expose that a little bit, but then I get this. That might fuck up that line if he doesn't defend it. I always have this to come back and protect myself if I need to. And I get rid of that. I can push this with my queen. He understandably sees it. I don't care. I want it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take this. He decides to take it. I have to respect that choice. Now we take with this instead to pressure the queen. Oh, this is playing out really well. And then potentially do one of these. Free piece. That's okay. I'll go for the free piece. Targets that. He's just going to bring that down there for free. So, here's what I'm going to do. Something sneaky. We're going to do something sneaky. Move this here. Simple move. 1 square. Simple move. Super simple move. Nothing crazy. Boom. If he takes, I take with my queen. Now, how can I punish that? There has to be a way to punish that. There is, and it's with this move here. I take that goes. I go over here. He just brings that over there. There's no stress on his part. How about we be aggressive? Fuck you, queen. Do something. Is it risky because I'm blowing up my defense a little bit? A little bit. But now I can move this here. All right. Counterpoint. I give you a check. You move somewhere. You move here. I get that. You move here. My dude's safe. Move here. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da-da. I go here. It gets taken by that. I lose a pawn here. Oh no, wait. That's I literally just said if he moves there, I get it. I'm so fucking stupid. I just said it. So dumb. I'm dumb. I didn't mean to do that. I was just like, what if I did that in my head? And I did it. I let my intrusive thought do it. As soon as I did it, I was just like, wait, why did I do that? I didn't want to do that. I was like, that looks like a check. Even though this is targeted by this and this. I'm so fucking dumb, dude. Actually, so dumb. I love throwing. That's why. I love throwing. I'm a fan of losing games. You know what they say. It's nothing quite like losing a game. Move that up. Probably. That's defending that. Be a really cool move. Not much of a threat. Not too scared of that. See, I just threw the huge lead that I gained for myself. Let's see how much of a lead it was. I'm like, boom, +8, boom, +5, and boom, gone. What was I supposed to play here? Let's think about it properly. Probably just a simple move like that. Push up here and take it. Or no, that. Push down here and take it, rather. Probably just something super simple like that. And then he brings out his rook to protect it. Then I go over here and I take that. I was playing a solid game until I threw my match. Oh, it's my turn. He just moved. Okay. He said it's pawning time. He takes, I take. I go here. I take. Well, this is going to be rough. It's near endgame and I'm down 4 pieces. And when it's endgame and you're down 4 pieces, it's rough. Actually trolling. I'm ass. Should I flip my camera for the desktop on this scene? Because I know I'm looking this way. The content's on this side. Should I just flip it? Fucking A. Thank you. Thank you for the blessies. I think it's possible. I just think it's really hard right now. I don't have much time. I'm guessing he takes it with his rook, right? That's probably the smartest thing to do. Then I push up here. It's a double pin. I'm pinning from this end and I'm pinning from that end. This guy pulled out the fucking engine. He pulled out the engine, dude. God damn it. Bro. Alright, so that's a good that's probably the best move he could have done. Fuck. And I have to respond to it. Okay. We play defensive. He comes down, I take, he takes this, I take with that. Unfortunately, we just have to play that defensively. He moves for free now. Or I should move with that. He doesn't. Okay. The X-ray. No more pressure. If I can get a fork, that would be nice. Probably won't, though. So my guess is he's going to try to go here. But then that's why I went here. Ooh, that was a better move than I thought. He pushes pawns or he moves this. If he doesn't move this, if he doesn't move one of these pieces, they're getting forked and he's losing them. Valid. Give you a check. Fuck you. Fuck you check. This is the fuck you check. Another check. Fuck you. Another check. Fuck you. Take. He takes. I move. Yep. You have to protect this. Valid. All right. I check. Fuck you. Oh, it's over here. Up like that. Okay. I have a couple of options. Fuck you, real quick. He's gonna move here, but he can't. Do that. Give him. Do I have the time? Do I have the time? I have 10 seconds, bro. Fuck you, check. Hey, Antique, what's up? I have 5 seconds to play my moves. Come on. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Not my problem. He checked me again. He just went for the check to make me force some moves. Like, fuck me. How you been, Antique? What's going on? Pre-move? Go. I should have. Just saying, hey, how have you been there, Antique? I hope life has been treating you well. It has been a while. I hope you've been well. I'm trying to get back into streaming, and today I uploaded a TikTok video for the first time. So that's something. Now we're playing chess because I'm ass. That was a good game. I like that game. I fucked up instantly, but we made the most of it. I remember this. You know what must have happened? I bet your ass some fucking streamer played this opening. I'm telling you. I bet a streamer played this opening and they were like, check this out. Dickheads, man. I'm gonna go for something super classical. It's called the Fuck everyone tactic. Super classic. He goes here and he takes it. I know what to do. About nothing and everything all at once. Heck yeah. You know what? I did not mean to do that. I definitely meant to capture that, and I think that's en passantable. I think I just en passant my ass. Neo, bless you. About nothing, everything. I woke up to Green Day. Ooh, Green Day's nice. What commenced the Green Day vibes? So that's just kind of stuck there, which is kind of cool. I dig that. I'm gonna move that here. I'm gonna move this here actually. He takes that. That is okay. Because I take that. Takes that. That is okay. Because I go here. He might take this, but I don't think he would. I don't think that's a good trade for him. Neo wrote in chat Green Day lyrics. Hi, Sophia. How are you, boo? All right, here's the cool tactic. You guys want to see this? I go here. If he takes, he cannot. I should also try doing this. But I want to get a stronger position. Okay. Can't say I was expecting that from him. Seemed kind of random. That felt so random to me. Kind of shocked me actually. I check if he brings this out. I take if he brings the pawn down. Yeah, just take again. That's fine. Then do this. Thank you. All right, and now we do this. Pawns, points are even. All of his bullshit is evened, and he has just now castled. So what we do next? Let's see, what do I do next? I take the free pawn. Yeah. And he moves that, understandably. Next up, I move this here. Or actually, I could just move this for now. Because this can protect that. Not bad. I'll do that. Basket case, Hitsu, it's basket case? Basket case? What's basket case, Nani? I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep. I'm running out as time ticks by. Still I try. What is that? Are those lyrics? Are you a lyrical genius? Shucks. I don't know you were amazing. I do this, then I do that. Right? We're up a pawn now. We're still up a pawn. I know. I'm just kidding. I'm teasing you. For now, just ignore Hitsu. He's being a bad player. But okay, moved to new place, got a new job. Hopefully by next week, I'll get my schedule fixed and then back on streaming. I'll meet you guys on Discord later a lot. And I mean, a lot happened. Oh boy. I hope it's nothing too bad. Okay, what am I risking here? Nothing. Quick fuck you. I take like this. He just moves out. That's fine, right? Probably didn't expect that, right? That's okay, right? I wanted that to happen. I'm still threatening his queen. His queen needs to make a choice. How you been? Yeah, it does sound like a lot's going on, but congrats on the new place though. That's really cool. I'm happy for you. We're my God, I'm moving soon. I gotta get married soon in Norway. It's gonna be fun, but it's also equally stressful. That's my life so far. In a nutshell. In a nutshell. Okay, so I'm kind of protected by this this Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Even if he checks me right now, it doesn't stop me. I'm not too worried about that check. Yeah, super happy for you, bro. I'll send you gifts. Yeah, it took me 15 months to find a place. Holy shit. Green Day is my favorite band, Hitsu. I think I told you before. I went to a live concert of Green Day at my university. I think I said that before, right? Surprise. UNL's kind of dope. Aha, aha. Aha, aha. Show off. What can I say? It's just shucks. All right. I need to think of a counterplay. I'm up a pawn. He's trying to figure a way to check me. This I take and nothing changes. He's going for a proper play. To which I think I respond with a bit of a breather. A bit of a breather play. I force him to make a move. He's going to move here, check me, surely. But I have that. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I'm going to set myself up for the check soon. If he does not take this, I set myself up for the check, right? Shazam. Beautiful. And this is still dangerous. If I move this, it's checkmate. Right? But what piece is that specifically? I need to figure out. I need to somehow get here. I'm threatening the rook. He has to move it. This might be good. This might be good. This might be good. Because I'm threatening mate in 1. He has to move. I've been to 2 Green Day concerts, lost my voice, singing and shouting. Oh, that sounds so cute. Show off. 1v1. I'm down. If you want to play, I'm down for a 1v1. I'm not good or anything, but I'm down. I'm threatening mate in 1, and he responds swimmingly. Okay, perfect. What does this mean? Means I get a breather of sorts. Right. And I'm going to move my pawns now. I have a lot of pawns. I'm ahead by 2 pawns. Now we play the pawn movement game. I think. I think. He can't do too much to me as of this specific moment. It'd be cool to get this pawn to move up and then check him. We're playing a different game now. I don't have to worry about the back line anymore. We're playing a different game. I'm going up here. He might take that pawn. Understandably. Just saw that as soon as I did it because I'm an idiot. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Cause I wish I was I need to, this is one of my biggest weaknesses in chess. This pawn game movement. Boop. Oh fuck. Wait, are they not on the same line? I thought I moved them to the same line. I was going to. I'm an idiot. Well, sometimes we make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. He takes that for free. Understandably. Push that up like so. I feel like this is the only logical move he can make right now. And he doesn't make it? Gonna be honest, I'm not too sure he just did the right thing there. Was that the right move? Okay, let's think. I take, he takes, or does he take this way? I'm guessing he takes, I take, he takes this way, right? Then I take again. I go here, he just takes with his queen, so I have to take. He takes this way. I'm hoping. Link me that URL. Don't, I think I need to give you a friend's request or something like that. I am holding this a lot better than I thought it would after fucking it up. I have to go to a football game, but I want to see you win first. How much time do you need, Curse? Dum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Okay, he needs to find a way to check me right now in a way that works. And let me see. Boop. I believe in you. Okay, I go here. Yes? Then if he takes this, I'm gonna do the unthinkable. I'm gonna take this. Is that the unthinkable? Maybe that's the right move. I don't know. Yeah, let me give you my name's here. It's Hitsuga XIII. 13. It's Hitsuga XIII. Add me, and then we'll do a 1v1, and then I'll probably end stream and raid someone. No, I do want another Carol Kong. He saw it. He saw the weakness. Okay, that's fine. He's gonna take. That's fine. I'm gonna keep doing these moves until you do something different. I will be okay with a draw. Padoru hashire sori yo kaze yo ni kimi tararara padoru. Oh, he moved. It's my move. It's time to bum. Okay, so him moving his king, actual good move. Actually a good move. I can't move this anymore because that's protected by that. I can't check the king in any way. I take this. He walks up, pressures the queen. I have to take like that. This is rough. This is proper rough. Your move. Okay. I don't want to give it to him. He has a lot of checking power on me. He's going to keep checking me out. Yamete Nioru Hashire Sori yo Nioru. Now we're in for some fun business. If he doesn't check me properly, I can go here. And he's forced there. Oh, it's over. Fuck. Force checks, man. Force checks. He just takes for free. I stand here. It's just a simple pawn game right now. Pawn staller. Oh, you bellend. Goes here. Let's check. See how quickly he can checkmate me. I'm stalling now. Okay. Waste time. Go down. Waste time. Down. Fuck. Waste time. Can I get a stalemate here? No, it's over. Go down. GG. Well, I guess this is the day I quit modding for Hitsu. You quit modding for me, Nani? Alright, I got fucked. Did you add me? Play a friend. Chess.com is so bad with this shit. How do I check my friends list? Social? Friends? This is slowest def ever. It is. I do not know if this is it, That's my friends list, and I guess this is my. Do this one to play me? Question mark. Maybe. This is the slowest death ever. It was kind of slow. I fucked up at some point. I'm not sure where I did. I'm enjoying chess though. Chess is fun. I am enjoying it. I'm not good at seeing certain attacks, certain moves. Okay. Is there like a notification thing somewhere? I feel like there should be. Oh, did I see it? I did see it. Okay. Challenge. Not rated, obviously. We're just playing as homies. I think I sent an invite. I think. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Look at his rating. It's over for me. I lost. Look at my rating. It's over for me. I lost. No hacks? I don't know how to hack in this game. I know people use engines and stuff. I don't get it. All right. Antique Dad's about to. What the fuck is that? Do I hear double? I feel like I hear double right now. I might be hearing double. Double trouble. Okay. Okay, now I only hear one sound. Now I hear one sound. We're good. Ooh. I have no idea how Antique is playing. All I know is I'm fucked. He doing some magic right now. Fuck! That scared me. That scared me so much. Thank you, Demon Ray, for the boop. You got me. That much is for sure. Dame da ni, dame yo, dame nano yo. あんたが好きで好きすぎてどれだけ強いを避けても思い出がバカみたい見てかバカみたい Lots of exchanging going on now. So, I know his rook is protecting the bishop, so this is kind of a nothing burger right now. But I was thinking maybe I could do something like this. So I take, go here. Let's move this here. I'll move these two here. Not in a rush. Not in a rush. Thank you, Demon Ray, for the spooks, though. I appreciate you, dork. How have you been, by the way? What have you been up to? Is life going well for you and the dork? I kind of like that. I thought to take that. I could have also just straight up taken it. Thinking about it. I'm so slow. I'm so slow sometimes. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take that. And then go for the check. Take that. Oh no, actually I think I want that. He moves here. I can't take that. Yeah, I want to take this and then push with this, maybe. So I'm hoping he moves this somewhere else. But if not, I'll just take that. That's fine and go for the pawn. All right. Bet I'll take that then. Then pawn. If I wanted to clear everything out. Oh. Free bishop. Now I do this. Give him the check. I can do that, and I think that's checkmate. Not even gonna take the rook. Not even gonna take the rook. That's his only legal move. Checkmate. Let's fucking go. But I'm right, just working on stuff and adulting. Oh yeah, I wanted to thank you for letting me join the movie day, even if I was... No, everyone's more than welcome to join the movie day. It's fine. Oh. Quick, instant. Oh. Not even gonna take the rook. I wish I took the rook now. That's funny. Nice. Checkmate. Honestly, this isn't too bad. This isn't too bad. Here. So. Cool. Like so. Like so. Nice. Lucky game. It was just, I think he accidentally just at the start blundered his queen. Like right here. He pushed that for the fork, but then he accidentally blundered his queen. What would have been the best move to do here? I don't know, actually. What would the analysis say? Yeah, I'm down for one more. I'm down for one more. In that specific spot. What did they want you to do? They want you to take this, because then I have to threaten and take that. Because if I took that, you would just take back. You take this, I take that, and we're even. I take that pawn, maybe. But then you just move the pawn up to counter. Interesting. All right. How do I do one more? Rematch? Rematch? Is that it? Sorry, I was just curious how the game is supposed to play out if you just played a little bit differently. Boop. Era. My Tomodachios. I don't know what I'm supposed to do when they decline. What I do when decline. What I do. I'm dumb streamer Chan. Fuck you. I don't know. Just take, I guess. I'm not smart enough for that shit. Wow. Brilliant move. I could take that. But let's think about it. Let's think about it. I do this. I check. He brings out that. Nothing changes. Then I take, maybe. Fuck it. That was interesting attack. Actually, interesting attack. I like that. He probably defends with that. Only real possible defense, really. That's fine. I'm okay with the pin. I'll do that. Let's bring it back. Maybe? I get a pawn advantage, and I'm castled right now. Let's see here. What can I do? That's a free spot I can move, but what can I do with that? I can take that. That's being defended. Just gonna bring that back. I'm not really sure if that's what I want to do right now, but that's what I'm gonna do right now. Let's see. Go here. He takes. I take with that. Then take back. Safe. Let's see. I'm gonna try something. I don't know if it'll work or not. This high chance is just shits the bed and I instantly throw. But we're gonna try something. Oh. You know what? That's a possibility I had not even considered. Interesting. Okay. Useless. That's a useless move. In this current iteration. Hmm. Fuck it. Let's see. Let's see how this plays out. Is that what I wanted to do? Is that what I wanted to do? To be honest, I don't know if that's what I wanted to do or not. It's hard to tell what the right move is when you don't know what's going on. When you're a blind bat like me, it's hard to tell what the right move is. It's fine. Takes it like that. Yeah. And we're not looking too bad overall. So, do I want to start trading? No, not yet. I do not. What do I want to do? I need to clear up his pawns. His pawns are in random, but rather good positions. Let's give myself that space. Take my time. Take my time. We take our time. Intriguing. Intriguing proposition. Intriguing proposition indeed. What would he supposed to do there? He has to protect this pawn. Probably move the queen there. Right. Then if I take, he takes with his queen. I have to take back my bishop, and then I'm down? Question mark. So that could have been a good move. Or actually, okay, no, yeah, that's right. He moved here. Lucky. I got lucky. Yeah, it should have been attack. I'm down a rematch if you want to do one more. I'll do like one more. Like actually one more, and then we raid. If you're down. It's fun to play with friends. Actually one more. One more, 5 more ago. Do you have anybody we can raid, Neo? I can check Twitch later, but oh my god, this fucking attack. I don't know what to do. It's my weakness. Nani? Just attack for, bro. What the fuck is this attack? What the fuck is this attack? Bro, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Actually afraid. I've been disconnected. How have I been disconnected? I'm here, aren't I? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Refresh. Okay, went through. We're good. We're good. Oh, that made no sounds. That was ominous. Chill here. Aha! I'm blind. What a scary fucking attack. You'll still be up +3, I believe. This is a forced move. Still a forced move. That was scary though. Proper fear has been had. All right. I pulled it back. He made a mistake. Pulled it back. That was very fucking lucky. Holy shit. Very fucking lucky I was. God damn. That was so fucking lucky. Purities. You're a dork. Let's see. How do I want to do this? That's another mistake. Just no, I almost missed that completely. I do not actually want to lose my rook just yet. So I'll play it slow. How are you doing though, Lucid? What's going on? Also, Lucid, I don't know for sure, but do you stream? I see you around all the time with all the homies and all that, but I don't actually know if you stream or not. So I am curious. I think I need to move pawns. This is looking like a pawn move kind of game. Though maybe I can do this. Pressure that. Perhaps. accidents happen. that was a proper accident. I understand that completely. I'm just clearing up his pawns because it simplifies everything, and then it's just checkmate. Let's see. Do one of these. Do one of these. Then it's just running it down, I think. It's not a stalemate because he had that one move. So that's checkmate. He had the one legal move. I think, okay, let me see. Normally that would be a stalemate, but he had that one pawn. How dare you? Whew, I almost blundered it into a draw. Okay, rematch, because that... another rematch. I'll give you another rematch. One more. One more for the one more for the one more for the one more. Because that was kind of quick. Hitsu? I don't know what you're talking about. Good night, Mr. Streamer. Good night. Enjoying it. Take care. TY, TY, TY. Bro. Everyone has these like crazy moves. I'm not worried about it. You know what? I don't care about that attack. Maybe I do this. If he does something else. He does do something else. Then I can castle if I need to. Let's see. What do I want to do? Castle. Fuck it. We castle. Take care. Take care. Is this a bait? I'm gonna go ahead and take it if it is. If it's not, lucky me. I'm gonna try to get some space. He can probably take up his rook. Let's see. How do I want to play this? Don't know if this is a good move or not, but we'll see. What can he do here? Honestly, let's clear up some pawns in the middle area. Why not, right? Like, he hasn't castled yet. So we just do some pawn clearing. Takes it this. I will take with the queen. Working the pawns. Specifically that one is the one I'm kind of going for. He protects it. Valid. Let's see. How can I play this? If I go here, can he do anything about it? Kind of. But am I into that? That's the question. Am I into that? Because I might be. Okay, I'm into that. I'm into that. I'm into that. I'm into this. I have to take this. More or less. Right? I have to take that. Unless he takes the rook. That's pretty good attack. Now I'm stuck in a position where it's kind of awkward for me. Let's see. Okay. First things first. Try to set some action up. Intriguing. Go ahead and go here. Pressure it now or later? Now or later? It's now or never. Whoa, living on a prayer. I'm not sure how screwed I am or not. He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back this time. My queen is kind of trapped right now, but what can he actually do position-wise? He can move that up. But if he moves that up, I take that. He moves this. Oh, I can take it. He aborts the fork. Bum, 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 ba da 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 da. Should that? Maybe he does this. I take. He takes back. He accepts that trade. Okay. Not up by much, but he accepts it. He's in a really good position, honestly. I need to think about this. Maybe. I'm gonna bring the queen out. Bring her back. Reel her back in. Her presence on the corner of the map was kind of rough there. Take that, I think. Oh no, I'm an idiot. Should have gone further. Here, pressure that. That's what I should have done. Now I'm behind. Now I'm really behind. Now it's gonna get rough. Huh. Rematch? Yeah. I am totally down for a rematch. It's only another rematch, guys. You silly. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What do? What I do? I sneeze. That's what I do. I'm about to sneeze. Wow, that's scary. Honestly, this was probably the best move earlier. Get a pawn back. That's probably the move. But now, what's the move? We get checked. That's our move. Hmm. Okay, this worked out in my favor a little bit. Obviously not going to go for it. Can I move the pawn down? Just move the pawn down again. Then we move it down again. I will take that. I don't know how this turned out for the better, but I'll take it. I don't know what I did right there. I mean, that was lucky. Antique is like fucking with me mentally, but somehow I get lucky. I'm bringing it back. Like you have some like crazy ass plays, and I'm like, holy shit, I've never seen this before ever. And it's like, okay, so what do? I lose. It's game of mine, and yeah, end game. It's something I need to practice on a lot as well, and I think end game right now is what's saving me because of like just losing a lot. I think that's what I because like early game you're like fucking me up. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? but end game it's probably just I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing, but it's rough. I will do a rematch though. I have only started playing, I think, like recently, kind of. Hitsu, you dork. Like I've had this chess account forever, but never actually. Oh my god. I've never actually really played much chess. I played a lot of Chinese chess with my dad way back when, but never chess. But playing chess has been quite fun for myself. Honestly. Uh-huh. I'll go ahead and do that. I could stop it. Maybe that's a play I should have done. Stop it. You know what I didn't do? I didn't stop it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Have to take that, otherwise I am big losing. But now I cannot castle, which is rough boy hours. I'm gonna go ahead and do something sneaky. Push that up. Feel like that's a bait. Is this some sort of bait? It might be a bait. I'm gonna accept the bait. But I might learn something. Castle D's nuts. You're right. Okay, I have an idea. And it's a spicy game now. Back to the tip. Back to the tip. Stop that pawn. I'm not worried about that. Now I'm worried about that. Let's see. What's for the fact? I forgot that my king is in this position. It's kind of a silly reason for me not to worry about it, but it's fine. We blunder sometimes. We blunder. Oh! We blunder. That's okay. Yeah, it's a blunder, but it's not the worst blunder. Though my position's kind of fucked right now. Okay, with that. I'm less okay with that because this was a blunder. I should have just taken that. Whoops. I'm just gonna just take that. Didn't think about that. Could have taken that as well. Let's see. Let's force the rook to move. I know he's gonna take that. But let's try to force him to move here. Pressuring this and that. Pressuring this and that now. Let's see, but what do I want to do? I also have that. I also have that. Move that over. If I go here, let's see. I go here. That is blocked. That is blocked. Where he go? I go here. That is moved. He can't go here. Can he go here? He can. I need to clear up some pawns. I'm not good enough to do this. I'm sure Grandmaster. Yeah, I gave you 3 moves. Yeah, Antique did. I'm sure Grandmaster could figure out how to do it, but I need some pawns. Just gonna keep bringing this up. Mm-hmm. Okay, if I was you, I could move here. I need to think about this more. I can move here. I can move here. Yeah. Let's see. I go here. Can't go there, but you can't go here. What are your legal moves? You can go here. No, you can't. You can go here and here. You can go here. Now I have checkmate. Like so. Alright. Whew. That was a interesting way of pushing it. I want to see the end there. If there's a faster way to checkmate. I have mate in 1 here. See, I'm telling you, I'm bad at noticing these things. I had mate in 2 here, apparently. That's mate in 2. Didn't realize. Don't know how that's mate in 2, but it's mate in 2. Alright. I'm gonna rate someone. It's super late. Oh, that's Twitter. I don't want to see nipples. So it's dangerous to open Twitter on stream nowadays. It's dangerous. Neo, do you have anyone? Oh, actually, Aishi is doing 2D rigging. That's pretty pog. Aishi is a new friend I made. They're VTuber. They're doing rigging for their new model. I know them from their friend Serge, or their boyfriend Serge, and he's a musician, kind of singy, songy guy, and they're also friends with Danko. But Aishi is pretty nice. She's kind of a gremlin, honestly. Full of affection and like bubbly outbursty vibe. You know what I mean? But complete gremlin vibes. And they're working on their model right now, and they're doing a 12-hour stream. So I figured they got 2 hours left. Plug it. I'm gonna rate them. Did I even spell that right? I think I did. Sakura Aishi. They're pretty nice. I mean, they basically, not to make light of anyone who's actually struggling with cocaine, but they're like someone that's like high on cocaine permanently. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. I'm tired. I need to get rest. I love you guys. And I gotta go. So bye 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 bye. Love you guys. Oyasumi.